two, three, and four. Count what you have now, don't count what you don't have. Count what you have now, don't count what you don't have. Find that you have so much. 頑張りすぎる自分に疲れてふと泣けてきた真夜中のバスルームで
Nom, 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 nom. Oof. Oh, hello. Did you miss the sounds of construction? Brr. Brr. Oh. Hello. Hello. Hello again. Welcome back. It's Friday. A smoothie. I got a smoothie today. No food. The smoothie is food. It's just blended food. What flavor? It's complicated. I'll show you. I got this one. Very purple. Mine kind of looks a little... Mine doesn't look that tasty. It's good, but mine doesn't look that delicious. Just tastes healthy. Since we haven't had our kitchen up and running, we've been eating out a lot. And it's nice to just eat something that actually has, like, nutrients in it. You know what I mean? The last smoothie I ordered was a shake from Five Guys. I added peanut butter, chocolate, Oreo cookies, and double stuffed Oreo cookies. Do you think you might have taken it too far? Did you fly too close to the sun? Or did you not go far enough? It was so sweet. Alright, here's the strategy. If they give you as much as they want for free, get it loaded up with as much as you can, and then take it home and then divide it into 2 shakes, and then add vanilla ice cream at home. Now you've got 2 shakes that taste like normal shakes instead of one diabetes cocktail. Don't shake shame. Alright, fine. Everybody gets a pass today. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. No wrong answers. Friday fun day. Do you think we'll have fun today? We'll try. We'll try to have some fun today. How are we feeling today? Ooh. I'm feeling excited. I'm feeling excited because we pre-ordered the new Commander decks from the new Magic set that came out today. And they'll get here in a few days. Looking forward to that. That'll be fun. I'm being made to watch football because Scotland is playing. I believe you meant to say soccer. They can sit you in front of the TV, but they can't make you watch it. You're not a big sports fan? Really? I had taken you for a big sports fan. I had taken you for a sports nut. I would have assumed you were into MMA. Can I post the wheel in Discord? You know what? Yes. My best advice, if you're being forced to watch sports, is to just be confidently wrong in all things related to that sport. Just make stuff up. Nothing, like, for example, if you're being forced to watch baseball, nothing upsets a baseball fan more than when you say points instead of runs. For some reason they call the points runs. And when you call them points, even though they are points, if you're annoying enough, they'll never ask you to watch sports with them again. I don't know. I watch cricket now. I tried to figure out cricket, and cricket has a lot going on. There's a lot going on in cricket. There was an Indian restaurant that I would go to, and they would always have cricket on the TVs. And I would try to figure out what's going on in this game, but there's a lot going on in cricket. Oh yeah, Penny? Oh yeah? The wheel is in the Discord for all your wheeling needs. Penny, come over here and say it. Come here. You got something to say? If you got something to say, come over here and say it. Penny? No? Okay. She didn't want to talk to you. Alright, so we've got some people who are feeling good today. We got some people who are feeling not so good today. My question to you, no matter how you're feeling, whether it be good or not so good, what do you want to do with that feeling? Oftentimes we get so caught up in the feeling that we are experiencing that we don't take the time to stop and ask ourselves, what the hell do I want to do with this? Gonna cry about it? You can cry about it. How long do you want to cry about it for? When it comes to figuring out your emotions, you gotta sit down and figure them out. It's like, alright, I'm feeling sad. It makes me want to cry. How long do I want to give myself to cry for? How long do I think I'll need? And then what do I want to do after that? If you want to manage your emotions, I'm sorry, but you have to act like a manager. I want to carry this piece home. Well, it exists within you, so that's easy. You just have to be there and let your light shine. I'm determined to feel positively all day despite external factors. Now we're talking, and now we're cooking. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Ain't nothing gonna slow me down. Oh no. I got to keep on moving. I want to do karaoke. You know what, maybe if you're good today, we'll do some karaoke later. We'll see. It might sound silly, but I want you to hear me out. When it comes to managing your emotions, it can really be helpful to set some time limits for yourself. Instead of just allowing yourself to spiral downwards and to fall into this pit of, woe is me, everything is terrible, because you need to remember what that's doing to you. That's just encouraging you to go further and further into that hole. Instead of spiraling down, we want to try to spiral the other direction. We want to spiral upwards. So maybe you feel like shit. That's fine. Identify and acknowledge that you feel like shit. How long do you want to feel like shit for? And what do you want to do about that feeling? Your thoughts create your emotions too. It's true. It's true. I think I'm recognizing that you have to be open to this kind of positivity. And that, in your own way, is you expressing positivity. Try to view everything that you can do, everything that you can feel, as a skill. We don't normally think of happiness as a skill or sadness as a skill, but realistically, they are. You can become more skilled in being sad, and you can find new depths of your sadness and despair. If that's the direction you want to go, if that's the skill you want to build. If you want to be even happier, you're going to have to practice it, you're going to have to work on it, and you're going to have to learn how to do it better. Wait, what? Well, you said I'm recognizing that you have to be open to this kind of positivity, and I was saying that you recognizing that is positivity in its own way. You hit him with the old Uno reverse. Have you considered that you're actually more positive than you might realize? Like, I've spoken to some real doomers. I've spoken to some black-pilled, fatalistic, nihilistic individuals. I've seen the depths that despair will take you to. And what I've learned is that if you become familiar with sadness, if you make sadness your norm, if you make despair your norm, if it becomes your focus and your fixation, you can just continue to go deeper and deeper into it. And so, if you feel like you're spiraling, if you feel like you are on a downward spiral, you gotta identify that, you gotta recognize that, and you gotta turn around and start heading the opposite direction. The sooner you do, The sooner you do, the better. Because that means you have less ways to go to get back up. The further down you go, the longer it's going to take you to get back up. Not everybody wants to be saved. That's true. Well, I'm not so sure. What I've come to find is true is that most people can only save themselves. I've seen people who have been, just on a course where they are just speeding directly towards a wall. They are, stealing from their friends. They are pawning stuff, getting payday loans, spending stuff on, drugs, and just burning that wick at both ends. And it's like no amount of support or motivation or assistance can really do anything to stop this person. The only person that can help this person is themselves. And so I don't think it's that people don't want to be saved. It's that they don't want to have to do what they need to do in order to save themselves. The only person that can save you from you is you. Depressive delusions are very persuasive. Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. And there are different ways to handle those types of thoughts and those types of feelings. This may work for you. This worked for me. I can't say that this is what I would say for everyone to do because it might not be your thing exactly. But what I found to be most helpful when it came to my sort of, depressive thinking or these, depressive delusions that you experience when you just are riddled with despair. I just got into the habit of telling these types of thoughts and feelings, what the fuck are you thinking? I got stern with myself. I started bullying my intrusive thoughts. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I got no time for this shit. And then I had started forcing myself to be nicer to myself. And then I realized, wait, why is it so hard to be nice to myself? Isn't that dumb? Isn't that kind of dumb that's hard to be nice to myself? It's probably something that most of us have struggled with. Because I've found that most people that I've met are too hard on themselves. I've met very few people that aren't very hard on themselves. Which is why I started smiling to myself in the mirror. Whenever I would look at myself in the mirror, I would make sure to give that guy a smile, because he deserves it. A lot of people struggle with the mirror, whether it be their body image or looking themselves in the eye or even, giving themselves a smile. Like, a lot of people have a hard time doing that. It's a good metaphor for how you view yourself, both literally and figuratively. Learn to treat myself like I wish my parents had when I was a kid. Aw, yeah. That's something we've talked about here before. Being the adult that you needed when you were little. Does anyone here actually feel like an adult? Like, I'm pushing 40 and I don't feel like an adult yet. Like, I don't know about you, but I don't think that I will ever, like, I have, like, toilet humor, like farts and poop, like, that's still funny to me. And I don't think that they will ever not be funny to me. Sometimes, not often. The only time I feel like an adult are when I look at younger people and I'm like, oh, I am old. Okay. I see it now. But no, I think the world is just full of people who are pretending to be grown up. Everybody's got an inner child that just wants to have fun and go on a water slide. Mid-30s and I still have so many childhood needs. Well, get to it. Well, what are they? Let's figure them out. You gonna make a list? It's important to be able to have moments where you can be like a kid again, but you don't want to act childish. Sorry if I make you feel old. Uh-oh. A family and a Yu-Gi-Oh! Dual Disc. Well, Santa might bring you one. Might bring you one of those things. It's important to remember that family is a feeling. Family is a feeling. Maybe it's a feeling that you get from some of your family, but not all of your family. Maybe it's a feeling that you don't really get from your family. But it's still something that you are aware of because you know that something is missing. It feels like something is missing. Right, gang, let's get down to business. Let's get into it. I'm sad. I feel lonely, yet I just want to be alone somewhere. I wait for my family to come home, happy I'll have company, but then something will go sour. I feel like I can't say or do anything right. Every time I try something, I end up thinking, why did I even bother? I'm having such self-conflicts. Even in my relationship, I'm so depressed, I just want to tell him I need time to myself, but can't tell if that's me asking him for attention, or if I'm just trying to isolate myself. I'm tired of feeling like this. All I've done is cry all day. I still haven't done much, and I can't get myself to do those productive things I've mentioned without wanting to do here so many times. I feel like my feet are cement blocks and my mind's a hamster wheel. I don't know what to do anymore. I just feel lost and I don't know where to go for help anymore. Well, you're in the right place. This isn't half bad of a place. Clambake says if you are depressed, you need to do things. And that is the biggest challenge of defeating depression. I've been there. I understand how it works. Depression makes you feel like I can't get up, I can't do anything, I can't go out, I can't have friends, I can't do this, I can't do that. And it's like you're just laying around waiting for energy to come to you, waiting for motivation to come to you, waiting for inspiration or something to give you what you need to be able to get up and go out and do stuff. It's not going to come if you're just laying around waiting for it. You have to go out there and find it. And that's the trick. That's the trick. You gotta remind yourself that you are worth the work. Is it a struggle? Is it a challenge? Yes. But you're worth the challenge. You're worth the struggle. And by pushing through a struggle, you get stronger. And then it gets easier. And then it doesn't feel like a challenge anymore. The next thing you know, you're brushing your teeth every day. You're taking showers regularly. You're keeping your room clean. You're talking to your friends again. don't care for antidepressants, but they can really help. Antidepressants can help. But you gotta think of it like a training wheel. You can only go so fast on a bike when you got training wheels on. It can help you set up the framework. It can help you get your routine going. Is it hard to quit pills for depression? It can be if you believe that your brain is broken and that you can't be depressed without the pill, because I've met people who have taken antidepressants for decades and that's how they feel. They feel as if there is something fundamentally and structurally wrong with their brain that is causing them to be depressed, and they need this pill to not feel depressed. Like, I'm sorry, comrade. A lot of your depression is actually tied into capitalism, but there's not a pill for that. Like, do you have any idea of just how remarkable your brain is? Do you have any idea at how much differently your brain can operate than it might be operating right now? You literally have no idea. Like, when they give you an antidepressant, it's because they theorize that a reduction in your serotonin is part of why you're depressed. But you do realize that you can change the way that your brain is wired. You can change the levels of neurotransmitters within your brain. It can take time, it can take practice, it can take mindfulness. It can take the reinforcing of new ways of thinking, new ways of behaving, but it can be done. Is that neuroplasticity? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Alright, I want to go through this question a little bit, and I want to address some of the things that were brought up in it. I feel sad, I feel lonely, yet I just want to go be alone somewhere. I want you to recognize self-defeating behaviors. When we're actively doing things that go against what our goals are. Sometimes when our brain is really sad, it would rather just stay sad. Because it's familiar, and it requires less work than actively working to change the way that we think. So don't let your brain be lazy, alright? If you want to change the way that your brain is working, you're going to have to actually do the work. I can't do the work for you. I can't make you do the work. I can show you the steps. I can make some recommendations. But at the end of the day, it's got to be you, and it's got to be because you want to do it. Period. Alright, we're combing through this one. I wait for my family to come home, happy I'll have company, but then something will go sour. It sounds like anxiety talking. Something is going to go wrong. I'm sure of it. That is anxiety. You don't actually know that. But if you go into a situation sure that something is going to go wrong, something will go wrong. And then you'll feel like, oh yeah, I was right. It happened. But in reality, things never run completely perfectly. And so what might just be a little speed bump might be misinterpreted as a catastrophic event. I feel like I can't say or do anything right. Well, you're being too hard on yourself. I would like for you to be a little bit more kind and compassionate with yourself. You know, when you say that you feel like, why did I even bother? And you feel like you're having these self-conflicts. If you're always going to ask yourself what could go wrong, you owe it to yourself to also ask yourself what could go right. Questioner, all you gotta do... Okay. I want to explain this theory that I have about how we get out of depression, okay? So, hear me out for a moment. One of the reasons why we continue to spiral deeper into a depression is because when we look at all of the work that we feel like we'll have to do to get back to where we're trying to be, we feel overwhelmed. Just like when you look at any big project and you look at all of the steps and all of the work and all of the things that are going to have to be done in order to accomplish this goal, it feels a little overwhelming. I'm never going to have enough energy to do all of that work. And that's true, you probably won't. But this isn't something that you have to sit down and do all at once. This is something that you're going to do in a stepwise fashion. You're going to do it bit by bit, piece by piece, step by step. Don't worry about having enough energy to do every single thing that you want to do, or everything that you feel like you need to do. Just focus on having enough energy to take that next step, to inch yourself a little bit closer to where you're trying to go. That is a small win in and of itself. And so you take that small step and then you celebrate that small step. That's a win. You did it. And now you're a little bit closer to your goal. And so then you reassess. How much energy do I feel like I have? Can I take another step? Can I move a little bit further? And then before long, without you even really realizing it, you'll be taking more and more steps and you'll be making more and more progress. There will be days where it feels really hard. There will be days where it feels easy. It's just about finding the right direction that you want to be going in and then inching along in that direction. The first step is the hardest one. Once you get that momentum going, it gets a lot easier. So instead of pushing yourself down, instead of beating yourself up, try to uplift yourself instead. Try to be your own advocate. You want to see yourself succeed, right? And you gotta believe in yourself. You gotta cheer yourself on. You gotta celebrate yourself. Period. You're not gonna get to where you're trying to go by moping. me take a look at this from the chat real quick. I tend to obsess over things, and a few months ago I was diagnosed with OCD. How do you feel about that diagnosis? What sort of insights have you gained about yourself? At the same time, my psychologist has forced me to go to the psychiatrist, but I know that if I start with pills, I will become obsessed with the idea that without the pill I am nothing, but at the same time I am already obsessed with thoughts that do not allow me to move forward. Ah. I think in the long run, the most important thing that you can learn and practice when it comes to dealing with OCD and obsessions is to change your relationship with your thoughts. Oftentimes, we have this, let me think how I want to word this. We have this sort of inflated value of our own thinking. Oftentimes, we like to assume that our thoughts are important, or they are valuable, or they are correct, or they are factual, when in reality, the average person has 50,000 thoughts a day. That's about a new thought about every 2 seconds. Do you think that all 50,000 of those thoughts are winners? Part of the reason why obsessive thoughts can be so challenging to deal with is because they get your attention. That's why you obsess over them. That's why you fixate on them, is because they're attention grabbing. They often attract your thinking to things that could be harmful or dangerous or risky. You know, you are driving down the road and you think, now, did I turn the stove off? Did I lock the door? Did I remember to give the dogs water? When it comes to these types of thoughts, what I've found to be most helpful is saying out loud to yourself, making a mental note, as you're locking the door, just say to yourself, I am locking the door. And then when you think, now did I lock the door? Oh yeah, I did lock the door, because I remember standing outside the door and telling myself I am locking the door. intrusive thoughts or obsessive thoughts, they grab your attention. Sometimes people will have intrusive or obsessive thoughts that are graphic or violent or hateful, and that's why they're so bothersome. But you gotta think about it. You gotta think about it. Why am I so bothered by these thoughts? It's because they don't align with your actual thinking. They don't align with your values. They don't align with what it is you're actually trying to do. Once you get into the habit of identifying an intrusive thought as an intrusive thought, you practice letting those go, it gets easier to deal with them. But why do I have with them if I don't agree with them? Because your brain is just double checking. Your brain is just double checking. Now what is it that I actually do believe? That's it. If those thoughts make you feel uncomfortable or uneasy or anxious, it's because they don't align with what it is you actually believe. It's just your brain trying to figure out what is real. That's the whole purpose of your brain in the first place. That's what it's trying to do, is figure out what the fuck is going on out here. Just try to let go of that belief that a thought or a feeling is a fact. Like, you can walk past somebody and you can have something pop into your head that's just mean about that person, and then you're like, ugh, why did I just think that? You're not actually a mean person. You didn't stop them and say it to them. You didn't, start being mean to them. You just had a thought pop into your head, and it made you feel bad. Good. That's just your brain's just double checking. Now, what is it that I actually do believe? Your brain's gonna do that 1,000 times a day. Your brain is always trying to double and triple and quadruple check. What is actually real? What do I actually believe? What is actually going on out here? But sometimes people have these thoughts pop up and they cause them a lot of anxiety and a lot of stress, and it's not because you actually believe it. You're just like, why do I keep having these thoughts? It's like, it's just your brain. It's just double checking with you. It's like, all right, brain, calm down. Your brain's just always like, now am I a good person or am I not a good person? Like, ooh, I had a mean thought. I must not be a good person. It's like, well, did that mean thought make you feel good or did it make you feel bad? If it made you feel bad, it's actually a better indicator that you're a good person. If you didn't act on that thought, even better. So that for me is the thing that I really wish that people understood when it comes to dealing with their own thinking, is that sometimes your brain comes up with a thought as a means of suggesting or postulating. Just consider your brain as just asking you a question. Do I believe this? And if it makes you feel disgusted, well, okay, clearly you don't believe it. It doesn't align with what it is that you believe. So we can go ahead and let that go. Like, hey, you got 50,000 thoughts a day. Some of them are bound to be stinkers. Some of them are probably going to be pretty good. Is it bad that when someone's a dick, I try not to get mad and just be like, damn, at least I'm not that shitty of a person? To me, it says that you're a good person because you're worried about that making you a bad person. All of the good people that I've met have always been worried about whether or not they actually are a good person, or if they're a good enough person, or if there is more that they could be doing to be a better person. Like, bad people don't give a fuck about that. So anyway, if there's anything I want you to take away from my whole tangent here, is that consider the value of your thoughts. You can determine which of your thoughts are valuable and which of your thoughts you can get rid of, which ones you can let go of. Your brain will just pop things up. Things will just pop in, and they will be weird, or they will be off-putting, or sometimes they will be hateful, sometimes they will be disturbing. But you're not acting on those thoughts. It's just your brain testing reality. Your brain's trying to figure out what is real. What do I actually want to do? What type of person do I want to be? Like, the French have a phrase. It's called l'appel du vide. L'appel du vide, the call of the void. It's that feeling of when you're standing in a high place and you look over the edge and you're like, wow, if I were to jump off of this, that wouldn't be good for me. And it kind of disturbs you. You're like, ooh, why am I thinking about jumping off of this thing? That's bothersome. That's stressful. It's not because you want to jump off of it. It's because your brain is just asking you the question, do I want to jump off of this, or do I not want to jump off of this? It's like, obviously I don't. Your brain's just double checking. That's what your brain likes to do. It likes to double check and triple check and quadruple check. Because that's how it forms beliefs, is by continuously thinking things over and over. A belief is just a thought that you choose to keep thinking. I've only had sex with one person, my ex. However, he cheated on me and he had weird politics. His aura was bad. I let his aura inside my body. How do I cleanse this energy? I feel filthy to have let someone like him have access to me like that. Before I get into this, I want to hit you with the Uno reverse card. Shouldn't you feel good about the fact that you stopped this person from having access to you once you realized that they were bad? Shouldn't you give yourself a pat on the back for ending things with this person who wasn't right for you? Don't fault yourself for making a mistake, if it's a mistake that you were able to learn something from. It's when we don't learn from our mistakes and we continue to repeat them that we need to be like, okay, well, maybe... Try meditating on it. Try meditating on your aura and on your energy. Just try to feel your energy right here. Right in your solar plexus. This is the seat of, your chakras. Just feel your energy inside of your entire body. and just push all that negative energy out. Besides, if his aura really was that bad, then his aura was probably weak as F. And it probably didn't leave much of a lasting effect on you. Light some candles, light some incense, maybe burn some sage. Whatever feels right to you, you know? If it has ritual significance to you, it will feel healing to you. So just find something that feels good for you to help cleanse that feeling. Hi, Papa. I really miss your presentations. I learned so much from them. You're an excellent teacher overall. Aw, shucks. I never know how to feel about these presentations. Like sometimes I worry that I'm boring people. I need to put together some new ones, though. See, I have my own mixed feelings. Never thought I'd see therapy on Twitch. Me either, which is why I started doing it. Like, you and I probably have both realized that the state of mental health care in the world is pretty dog shit. So, even like working in mental health, what I realized is that a lot of people need help and a lot of people don't have access to the help that they need. And so my answer to that is, well, I will take it to the internet. How do I get on one of these things where I ask a question? I got a feeling my sister is a narcissist. There is the anonymous question box there with that little link. You can submit a question, or we can talk. I also will take questions directly from chat, but sometimes people like to be anonymous, so that's why we have the question box. But if you got a feeling that your sister is a narcissist, that's something we can talk about. There are different levels to being a narcissist. So depending on what the behaviors are, it might be. She might not be Donald Trump level narcissist. That guy's about as narcissistic as you can get. How do I learn to stop feeling so sensitive? My brain makes up feelings of rejection in it, every little thing, and I'm always so on edge in social situations. I'm always seeing something negative in someone's tone of voice or body language, and it makes me feel super uneasy about people and like I can't be myself. I have a feeling of not knowing who I am or how to act because of it. I feel so lost. Questioner, are you familiar with the negativity bias? Within the human brain, there exists a bias, and it's called the negativity bias. Things that are negative tend to show up doubly so, versus things that are positive. And it seems like you might be getting caught up a little bit too much on some of the negative things. Making up these feelings of rejection, feeling on edge in social situations, seeing things that are negative in someone's tone or in their body language. And then you pick up on these negative things, and then you paint the rest of the picture in that shade of negativity. So just try to catch yourself in those moments when you feel like you're becoming overly fixated on the negative, and try twice as hard to focus on something positive. Because that's what it's going to take. You're going to have to catch yourself in the moment. You're going to have to recognize the way that you're thinking. You're going to have to offer a new way of thinking to yourself. And then you're going to have to practice thinking in that new way. That's how you do it. Because if you just keep looking for negative things, you're going to find them everywhere. Every tree, no matter how beautiful of a tree it might be, it'll always have some imperfections. It'll always have a couple of dead branches, a couple of dead limbs, it's going to have its scars and its inconsistencies and its asymmetries. And so you don't want to miss all of the beautiful things that exist in the world and in life and in our interactions with others because of those small little things that might be a little bit negative. Also, having relationships with people is about being able to support them in dealing with their negative feelings. If we're in a social interaction and our friends aren't feeling so good, maybe just check in with them. Maybe they've got their own problems going on, and maybe they would feel better if they were able to talk about it. And so maybe if you pick up on some of that, just ask them about it. You can learn a lot more about who you are through how you treat other people. Explain if you can. I am the lesser levels of intelligence, and I do not understand big words. I think that you are very intelligent, actually. Because all of my viewers are geniuses. So don't sell yourself short, alright? When we say cognitive restructuring, that's just a fancy way of saying rewiring your brain. Changing the way that your brain works. The way that your brain works right here, right now, is different from how it worked a year ago. It's different from how it worked 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Your brain can behave differently and act differently and work differently if you change the way that you think, if you change the way that you respond to your thoughts and your feelings and your emotions, if you engage in healthier behaviors. You can change the way that your brain works. Because your brain is always changing. You just don't notice it because it happens so gradually. Forming a new habit, it could be. Forming new habits are a part of it. It's also changing your relationship with your thinking. A lot of us may have this relationship with our thoughts where when we have, do you feel like you are your thoughts? Or are you the person who is experiencing your thoughts? Because a lot of people feel like they are their thoughts. But you aren't. You are simply the one experiencing your thoughts. And you get to choose how you respond to those thoughts. Your thoughts don't have to be facts. Gotcha. Am I supposed to use the... either. Whichever one you want to do, bud. Whichever one you want to do. If you want to put a question in the box, you can. If you want to ask questions randomly in the chat, that's fine. Sometimes I have to, like, go back to the questions in the chat. I try to keep one eye on the chat, and then my other eye goes over here on the question box, so I sit here cross-eyed and look at both monitors. But I try not to miss any questions. But yeah, going up, you had a question. First question, if you condition a person or an animal to feel hate directed at other people, is that just manipulation or is that narcissism? I wouldn't say that that's narcissism, because when we say narcissism, that's something that's pretty specific. But if you're teaching or conditioning a person or an animal to feel hate directed at people, that is what we would have... You said condition, and we would just refer to that as conditioning. It's kind of like they say that hate is something that you have to learn. Like, we're not really born with hatred. Hatred is something that is either taught to us or it is something that we learn through our experiences. I was molded in it like I fell in the cauldron of hate and got out. Yeah. I'm like, both of my parents were great shit talkers. I've decided to use these powers for good. Oh my god, an Amber Alert. Wait, where is it? Kidnapping. Oklahoma? Wait, it's a kidnapping alert? It's not even an Amber Alert. I got a kidnapping alert on my phone. Oh no! Guys, I gotta go. I gotta go find this Chevy Silverlet Impala. I gotta go find this missing person. You get kidnapping messages? Oh yeah, we do. That's the first kidnapping message I've gotten, though. Normally we get Amber Alerts, which are just for kids. She's near me. I'll keep my eyes peeled. Yep. Yeah, you're looking for a white female, age 43, 5'6", 148 pounds, wearing black sports bra, workout pants, flip-flops, and the suspect's vehicle was a silver Chevrolet Impala. A what alert? An Amber Alert. Amber Alerts are for missing children. Keep your eyes peeled for one of these. Keep your eyes peeled. That was the 2016 Impala. I don't know what year Impala they were driving. Yeah, I've never gotten a kidnapping alert on my phone before. Normally we just get the Amber Alerts. I also get extreme weather alerts. Whenever there's a thunderstorm coming, they text me, and then a robot also calls me for some reason. It's like, there's a thunderstorm in your vicinity. I'm like, no shit, I can see the lightning outside. I stare at the Walmart missing people's faces like it's my job. Have you ever considered becoming a private investigator? My dad is in hospice care and doesn't have much time left. We've come to terms with this since he's been unwell for several years. Our mom passed away a few years ago, and it suddenly hit me that once Dad is gone, I won't have any parents left. I'm an adult, but no matter what happened in my life, I always felt like I could go home to see my parents. Hey, I'm sorry for your loss. Losing your parents is never easy. What really bothered me was overhearing my younger brother and sister talking about what they were going to buy when the will is executed and the family home is sold. I confronted them, pointing out how selfish they were being. Is that all Mom and Dad meant to them? Money? Our parents worked their entire lives to give us a better life than they had, and all they can think about is how much the family home is worth. Dad appointed me as the executor of the will. Honestly, I'm tempted to put their share in a trust until they both mature. I'm not sure how to handle this, or if this was just a stupid conversation that young people have. There's a 10-year age gap between us. My brother is 19, my sister is 22, and I'm the oldest. Should I just forget about it and move on? What I would recommend is looking chronologically and historically at their behaviors. I wouldn't just, because right now what we've just got is this is an isolated incident, and is this a sign of, does this match other behaviors chronologically? Or could this just be a way that they are trying to cope with the pending loss? You know, like maybe they're not ready to grapple with those more mature feelings that you've been grappling with. And so maybe their thoughts are in other places just because they're younger, they're less experienced, and their minds work a little bit differently. This doesn't necessarily have to be a reflection of their character. It could just be something that they were, you know, just having a conversation about. I feel like it might be important to just have some time to come together, like as a family, as siblings, and just talk about your feelings. That'll probably give you a better idea of where their head's at. But, you know, in just thinking back to being younger, like when you're younger, when you're like their age, like they're 19 and 22, it's like grief to a person that age looks way different from grief from a person that's older than that. The way that we process and handle those feelings. And I could probably say that when I was younger, like my head probably wasn't in the right place either. You know, just like you're showing that you have a more mature approach to this, and their approach is a little bit more immature. But that's to be expected because they're just younger. But they're both adults, so I mean, I would just talk to them about it, and I would just try to come up with a plan for what you want to do with that because realistically, it's like it's their inheritance too. And if they want to spend it wisely, they can. But if they, you know, don't want to, that's also their choice. There's a time for being young and stupid, and it's when you're young and stupid. So if they want to be young and stupid, you know, sometimes you have to allow them to be young and stupid. I would just give them the choice. I would just talk to them about what their options are, maybe talk to, like, depending on the amount and depending on, you know, just maybe looking into talking to like a financial advisor, maybe look into putting it into like an investment fund or something, like just having it just like maybe like realistically it would probably be a matter of like take some of the money now because, you know, life is here and happening right now and there's probably things that they could use that money for. But then if they don't need to do that with all of the money, like you can set some of this money aside into like an investment account, or, you know, there's other ways that you can, you know, so that that money can continue to grow and that, yeah. So you don't just blow through it. But anyway. Like, ooh, they want to sell the family home. Like, does nobody want to live in the family home? Do you not want to like move into it or like keep it, and then because like the value of that home is probably just going to continue to go up, like based on the way that the housing market is. It's like you might not want to sell it right away. You might want to keep it around for a while, especially if it's already paid off. But I don't know. I would just sit down and talk to them and just, they're young adults, so I would treat them like adults, but I would just let them know, like, hey, like, this is what it's going to look like, and, you'll get some of the money now, and then we'll probably put some, like, a majority of it in a trust. Chat is just talking about self-defense and self-defense techniques and carrying around pepper spray and stuff. I'm not sure where... I feel like people always forget the tried and true method of self-defense. Just kick him in the balls. Just give him a swift kick right in the clackers. What if it's a mountain lion? Then you get big and you start yelling at it. And you don't turn your back to it. You walk away from it. Then find the biggest stick that you can swing and the biggest rock that you can hold. And then dual wield those suckers. And if the lion comes at you, you smack it in the side of the head with a stick. And then if it keeps coming at you, you bash it with a rock. That's what we've been doing for thousands of years. That shit still works. Cats don't like loud noises. True, and they also don't like sharp sticks. Or big rocks. Those... If you act like a crazy person, that usually scares people. Yeah, a valid self-defense technique is to just vomit on yourself. If you can just cover yourself in something gross, people will be less likely to want to touch you. My sister bought a really expensive $2,500 dog. And over the course of a year and a half would condition the dog to attack me. Huh. She would condition the dog to attack me, I want to say, because when it came to the dog interacting with me, she would yell, "Kill, kill." She herself is a wonderful person. I am a dependent under her, and I've got some issues regarding my brain and joints. Recently, when she was holding the dog in her arms, it started to growl and bark aggressively at me. She took it as a chance to lay hands on me and with a slap to my belly button, telling me that I'm terrorizing her dog. Alright, this is starting to look like abuse. This is starting to look like abuse. Like, why is this dog being trained to treat you like you're an intruder? Like, dogs are no joke. Like, it doesn't take a big dog to mess somebody up. She took it as a chance to slap you and then say that you're terrorizing her dog. Like, isn't she terrorizing you? I tried to tell her that the dog is being protective of her because this dog doesn't bark, growl, or attack me when I'm playing with it, cuddling it, or taking outside when she's holding the pooch. Just when she's holding the pooch. Time skip a little later, we were having a joke, and out of nowhere, she compares me to Christopher Columbus because I brought terror to her peaceful home, and it's somehow my fault. The dog that she's been conditioning to listen to her commands, that it's my fault. It sounds like you're being scapegoated. You are being made to feel like the problem. She's not being responsible or accountable for her own behaviors. Yeah, so this doesn't sound very wonderful. I'm not going to say I'm a saint either. I'm almost more or less a destructive person, but never once have I tried to harm her dog intentionally. I'm not chasing the dog around with a Nerf gun or putting him in corners. The dog always comes up to me, but I'm only seeking help because she laid hands on me in an aggressive manner and blamed me for the way the dog is acting after she made comments to him for over a year and a half to kill me. Yeah, that's like, she's the one training the dog to act this way. Why is she blaming you for what she is doing with the dog? It just sounds like she's using you to blame a lot of the problems on, and it doesn't really sound fair. I love her with all my heart, honestly, even through the abuse. That happens a lot. That happens a lot with people, is they will be being abused, but that doesn't mean that you just automatically stop loving somebody. That's why abuse is always such a complicated thing. Or it's always a challenge to, like, recognize it sometimes, or it's a hard time to walk away from. She refuses to get therapy and self-diagnosed herself with bipolar disorder. If we do a presentation today, maybe I should go over my old presentation on self-diagnosis and why it's bad. People should never diagnose themselves because they're probably going to be wrong. And how do I know that? Because professionals are even wrong when it comes to diagnosing people. And so if professionals can't be correct 100% of the time, people who are untrained and uneducated probably are going to be wrong most of the time. I just want to point out that nothing in what you told to me was your fault, alright? So I just want you to recognize that she likes to put blame onto you for things that she is doing, and that's not fair. Isn't the point of seeking diagnosis to also seek treatment? There you go. That's a gold star. That's a gold star. You get a gold star. You know, it's going to be her choice whether or not she wants to get treatment or therapy or help in any way, but all I would say is just try to recognize the ways that, if you're getting unfairly blamed for stuff, just try not to take it personally. And maybe just kind of keep reminding her that these types of things do help. Therapy might be a good thing. Talking to people about their problems might be a good thing. Like, if you train a dog to attack somebody, it's like, why are you surprised when the dog attacks them? You know? Appreciate it. Hey, thanks for being here. That's all we're just happy you're here, Oh, now here we go. Now here we go. I believe I've been abducted by aliens multiple times and may have microchips implanted in my body. I recall waking up on a surgical bed in an unusual room, being examined by tall gray beings with large eyes. Should I report this to the government or FBI? I don't know if the government or FBI is going to take you seriously. The government and the FBI probably get hundreds of calls every day from people saying that they were abducted by aliens or something happened to them or they saw Bigfoot or they saw Elvis or they found that Tupac was still alive. So how do we handle these feelings? How do we handle these? Do you feel like the aliens have it out for you? Do you feel like... Like, I don't want to sit here and just say, oh, you're crazy. Oh, you need medication. Oh, aliens aren't real. It's like, I don't like approaching questions that way because they're also, those responses to the question aren't really helpful for you. And so if anybody thinks that I'm weird by taking this more seriously and not just saying, go see a doctor, go get medicated, it's because I realize that telling you to do that isn't really going to help you. Because if it did, I would just try to come to peace with these beliefs. Like, maybe it happened, maybe it didn't happen. But it shouldn't stop you from living your life. You know what I mean? Whether it was real, whether it was fake, it shouldn't stop you from trying to find peace. So I would focus on just feeling relaxed and peaceful and just keep on living life. And if you did get abducted by aliens, I'm honestly kind of jealous because I always was hoping that I would be abducted by aliens, but they've never abducted me yet, and I'm starting to think that, I'm starting to take it personally. Starting to... I just want to point something out real quick. For those of you who aren't too familiar with the strategies that work when you are engaging in mental health. If you just tell somebody that they're crazy, that's not helping them. If you just tell somebody, go to the hospital, you're crazy, that doesn't ever really work for them. Sometimes you just have to be able to talk with them with what they're thinking about and where they're at and just try to, you got to meet them where they're at and then work from there. But I don't know if the government's going to help you. If there are aliens, the government probably already knows about them. And they're probably just going to deny that they exist. Well, it's like, yeah, the government's not going to help you, but then it's also like, okay, well, maybe I'll get a full scan of my body. Like, maybe I'll go see if there actually are microchips in my body. And then maybe you got let's say you did get a scan of your whole body. And then the doctor says, well, we didn't pick up anything unusual on your scan. Everything looks okay. Do you still believe that there are microchips? Were they planted in such a way that they would be able to be undetected? Because at that point, it just starts to feel like we are going further and further into a paranoid delusion. It kind of reminds me of the people who believe that they are being monitored and that there are hidden cameras and hidden microphones and they're being recorded and watched 24/7. And it's like, you could tear that house apart and not find anything. No microphones, no recording equipment. But there's always an answer and an explanation for that just continues to feed deeper into the delusion. It's like, oh, they must have came and took out the microphones and the cameras because they knew we were going to look. They must have done it while I was sleeping. I used to think everyone could read my mind. That was a rough year. Honestly, thinking that everybody could read your mind isn't that hard to test. If everybody could read your mind... If everybody could read your mind... There's an easy way to test that. You just start directing your thoughts at one person in particular and see if they pick up on it. I'm just thinking to myself, I used to test it all the time by screaming at people in my mind and no one looked, so I eventually got over it. See, there you go. Now you got over it. You figured it out. I'm interested to hear more about this alien abduction, though. I'm interested to know more. How do I know if I have BPD? The biggest giveaway might be... Oh. Cutie Cheeks chiming in. Well, there's 9 criteria. I'm gonna point out some of the bigger giveaways that might be a good indicator that you do have BPD. Not a guarantee that you have BPD, because I'm not here to diagnose anybody. But 2 of the major giveaways for BPD are volatility in relationships. Your relationships are either very hot or very cold. And a difficulty in regulating your emotions. Small, insignificant things might stress you out to the maximum. But if you want to go through the symptoms of BPD, I'd be happy to. Let's do it. Let's do it. BPD is often a result of early life trauma. And it sets a pattern of unstable relationships within your life. Oftentimes, people who develop BPD had parents early on in their life, parents or caregivers who were absent or emotionally unavailable or inconsistent, to say the least. Alright, so BPD includes a pattern of unstable, intense relationships. That's what I was talking about, that hot or cold. I hate you, don't leave me. As well as an impulsiveness and an unhealthy way of seeing themselves. Negative self-image is also a big factor of BPD. Just think of your emotions on like a knob, and it goes from 1 to 10. It's like BPD, it's like the knob is on 11. Are there levels to this? Before I answer that question, the symptoms that a person experiences within BPD doesn't have to necessarily indicate BPD. Think of it instead of levels, think of it as a threshold. Like, you could have a handful of the symptoms of BPD, but not have BPD because you don't have severe enough symptoms or enough of the symptoms. And so when you think about the diagnosis of BPD, think of it as a threshold. You have to meet that threshold in order to be diagnosed as BPD. People with BPD also experience impulsivity, which can involve having extreme emotions and then acting or doing things without thinking about them first. People with borderline also have a strong fear of abandonment or being left alone. A lot of this is due to being abandoned early in life, or if you have like inconsistent or emotionally unavailable or abusive caregivers early on in life, they can lead a person to develop abandonment issues. Not everybody who has a strong fear of abandonment has BPD. This is just one of the aspects of it. Also, it's important to remember that BPD is also very overdiagnosed in women. I want to say that the split is like 75-25. Like, most people who get diagnosed with borderline are women. So there is a conversation to be had here. Are we stigmatizing traumatized women for the way that they are responding to their early life trauma by labeling them with a stigmatizing diagnosis? Like, there's something I want to make very clear when it comes to mental health. Everybody is at least a little bit fucked up. And everybody expresses the ways that they are fucked up a little bit differently. And sometimes we label that as a mental illness. We have quantified all of the ways in which you are fucked up. Queen Eclipse, thank you for the 4 months. And thank you for the kind words. I don't know, like, my perspective on mental health has changed a lot since I started school. Like, I remember learning about all the different diagnoses and learning about, you know, all the different types of mental illness and just being so fascinated by all of those things. But then, as I've grown and as I've continued to learn and practice, what I've realized is that the system's kind of fucked up. A lot of what we learn about mental illness is biased and skewed, and so it's important to remember that. A lot of our different diagnoses have bias, you know, whether you're a man or a woman or, you know, just how you express yourself, how you present yourself. There's a lot of generalization and a lot of stigmatization, and it's messy. Which is why I always tell people, getting a diagnosis, it can be important to you, and that's fine. I'm not going to say that a diagnosis isn't important, but what is more important is identifying your symptoms, because the symptoms are what you treat, and you can learn how to manage and reduce and overcome those symptoms, and then you don't have the diagnosis anymore because you don't have the symptoms anymore. Sometimes when people get a diagnosis, they incorporate it into their identity. And we don't want you to wrap your identity around a diagnosis. Since we want to learn more about BPD, and I'm not telling anybody to diagnose themselves, I'm just here to talk about the symptoms. And also, what's really important to remember is that as you're reading these, you might find them to be relatable. But the thing is that everybody experiences a lot of these symptoms to some degree at some point in their life. That does not mean that you have the disorder. Okay? I wonder if what I would have left my husband if I didn't have BPD. See, why are you making this all your fault? Like, why are you making this all your responsibility? Like, I wonder if you would have stayed with your husband if he wasn't a complete and utter piece of shit. And I'm allowed to say that. That's my professional opinion. So, BPD, strong fear of abandonment. Even though they want to have loving and lasting relationships, the fear of being abandoned often leads to mood swings and anger. So you might have a good relationship, but you're so worried about that relationship ending, and the anxiety about that relationship ending is so strong that a lot of times you end up pushing that person away. BPD usually begins in early adulthood, and it's often most serious in young adulthood. Because the thing that's important to remember is that BPD and the symptoms of it often get better with age. These are things that you can learn how to manage and learn how to control. You can improve, your ability to overcome this fear of abandonment. You can fix the issues with your relationships, your interpersonal effectiveness, your mindfulness, your distress tolerance. And so this is one of the things that often does get better with age. We have a few BPD besties here in the community, and they're all wonderful people. Like, I loved working with people with BPD whenever I worked in a mental health facility because they were always the realest fucking people that I had ever met. It's also really important to remember that if you do have BPD, or if you think that you might have BPD, I just want you to know that it is super treatable. It is super treatable. The style of therapy that we have developed, and I say we, I'm speaking for all psychologists, dialectical behavior therapy, developed by Dr. Marsha Linehan as an offshoot of CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy. It's a very regimented, behavior-oriented style of treatment. A lot of hands-on work, it's a lot of mindfulness, there's a lot of exercises, a lot of practice. Group therapy is also super helpful in BPD treatment. But yes, super, super, super treatable. All right, so here's the symptoms. BPD affects how you feel about yourself, it affects how you relate to others, and it also affects your behaviors. Symptoms may include a strong fear of abandonment. This includes going to extreme measures so that you're not separated or rejected, even if these fears are made up. A pattern of unstable, intense relationships, such as believing that someone is perfect in one moment and then suddenly believing the person doesn't care enough or is cruel. It's been heavily suggested to me by my psychiatrist and therapist that I may have BPD and not bipolar. I don't really care what my diagnosis is called as long as I can work to get better. Absolutely. Why did my camera flip when I did that? That was kind of funny. If I slam my desk hard enough, my camera flips. Like, who cares what they call it? Who cares what they call it? Who cares if they call it spaghetti lasagna disorder? If they call it who cares what the name is? What matters is, what are my symptoms? How are my symptoms affecting my life? And how can I get better? That's what matters. The word that they use to label that doesn't matter fuck all. Hey, Scout. Oh. She came over to check on me. She's like, why are you pounding on your desk? Oh. This is, do we want to go through these a little bit more in depth? Should I start from the top? Strong fear of abandonment, including extreme measures so that you're not separated or rejected, even if these fears are made up. Like, let's say that you have a partner, and your partner's like, all right, I'm going to work. So then you go to their work just to make sure that they're at work. And they didn't actually secretly leave you. They're not actually just lying to you. The past 7 ads have been "Come, young vampire, come, young vampire, your cannon calls for you." Let me just say you're a saint for sitting through 7 ads. People with BPD often have a pattern of unstable, intense relationships. You might meet somebody new and you click and it's like, oh my god, we're best friends. Maybe you had a great time together. Well, then maybe a few days go by. Maybe a few days go by and you don't hear from them. You're like, oh, they must not actually like me. They don't care enough about me. They must actually hate me. They're just toying with me. Cutie cheeks! Thank you for gifting that sub to specifically Yolk. Thank you for gifting that sub. I've been dealing with panic disorder and generalized anxiety disorder since I was 25. I'm 35 now, and I've finally all but eliminated the panic attacks. Let's go! I'm 35 now, and I've finally all but eliminated the panic attacks. It does get better if anyone here is dealing with that. It does get better. Period. There is a book called I Hate You, Don't Leave Me, Understanding the BPD Mind. And so that's where I get that from. But it really accurately describes this like hot and cold pattern that exists within relationships. Oh. Now you've done it. G&G with the gifted sub to Smokahontas. And just like that, we're hype training. You've done it now. You've gone and done it now. So I'm gonna have the hype train music playing while I go through the remaining symptoms of BPD. Or do we take a hype break? We're on a hype train, so the stream is boosted in the algorithm. So if you have been considering subbing or gifting a sub or using that Prime sub, now's the time. This stream is only possible due to the support of viewers like you, so chatting, keeping the energy high, even if you're not able to sub or donate or gift a sub, whatever, just being here. That matters. We can't do it without you. People with BPD might also experience quick changes in their self-perception. Just as their relationships with others are often unstable and intense, their relationship with themselves can also be unstable and intense. So this includes a shifting of goals and values, as well as seeing themselves as bad, or maybe even as if they don't exist. Melonius with the sub and an anonymous gift to Reclaw, and just like that, we've hit level 2 on the hype train. Let's keep it going. People with BPD may also experience periods of stress-related paranoia and a loss of contact with reality. These periods can last from a few minutes to a few hours. Why does this happen? Let's talk about this for a moment. This isn't something that is exclusive to people with BPD. One of the things that your brain will do if you become emotionally overwhelmed is it will feel as if it is detaching from reality. Like, if you've ever had something really traumatic happen, or if you've ever had something just like completely like car accident or a house fire or something, it's just like in those moments it's as if you are detached from real life. That's something that our brains do to protect us in moments where we might otherwise feel emotionally overwhelmed. And we just kind of detach. So yes, high levels of emotion or high levels of stress. Not the Mohan Koi emotes. Get that out of here. Everybody dance now. My brain made everything else slow down tremendously when I was in a car wreck. Gave me the exact seconds to know where to crash and not hurt anywhere else. See, that gives you some good insight into how our brains work. Like, in those moments where we feel like our brain knows when to just like cut through all the crap, and it's like, okay, what do I need to do right here, right now, in this moment? I need to make a decision.
Here is the goal. Back with the bass, pajamas live in effect, and I don't waste time on the mic with a dope rhyme. Jump to the rhythm, jump to the rhythm, jump. And I'm here to
People with BPD may also have a symptom where they engage in impulsive and risky behavior. This might include gambling, dangerous driving, unsafe sex, spending sprees, binge eating, drug misuse, sabotaging success by suddenly quitting a good job or ending a positive relationship. This isn't unique to BPD. This is also something that you might see in a manic episode of a person who has bipolar disorder. We got 1 minute left on this hype train. Do you think that we could get it to level 3? I took some time off from streaming to work on the house and my sub count took a hit, but we're working on it. We're getting it back up. We're getting there.
Pause, take a breath and go for yours. On my command, now hit the dance floor. It's gonna make you sweat till you bleed. Is that open up? Indeed, I paid the price to control the dice. I'm more precise. To the point, I'm nice. The music takes control. Your heart and soul unfold. Your body is free and behold. Dance so you can't dance.
All right, gamers, thank you for the support. Thank you for those gifts. Thank you for those subs. Let's get back to business. Okay. Let's get back into it. We're talking about the symptoms of BPD. So, impulsive, risky behavior. We covered that one. A lot of this impulsive, risky behavior, as far as the why, a lot of it is just from the feeling that you get from doing these things. Like sometimes it just ties into like the intense emotions. Oftentimes when you're having intense emotions, you also engage in intense behaviors. You don't normally have your most intense emotions when you're just sitting on your couch watching TV. Like, no, it's normally when you're out doing stuff. Or doing these impulsive, risky behaviors. Next up, threats of suicide or self-injury. Often in response to fears of separation or rejection. I've heard stories of people, you know, being in positions where it's like, they will tell somebody, like, if you leave me, I'm going to hurt myself. If you leave me, I'm going to end my life. Or sometimes, you know, just like sending people messages, just like vague allusions that are like, good, like, it was nice knowing ya. People with BPD will sometimes bring up, you know, suicide or self-injury as a way of gaining, you know, recognition and getting attention from the people that they are afraid of losing. Because telling somebody that you're going to harm yourself is a great way to get a response out of that person. We might also experience wide mood swings that can last from a few hours to a few days. These mood swings can include periods of being very happy, irritable, or anxious, or feeling shame. So whenever I worked with people with BPD, sometimes they would call and leave a message on my office phone, and it would be at like 8 or 9, and I was like not in the office clearly. And they would like, maybe they had a fight with their roommate, or they got into it with one of their friends, and they just, they call me and they're just like, just going on and on, just talking about how terrible this person is and how everything's awful. And then what I've found to be most helpful in working with people with BPD is to wait to engage with them until after their mood settles back down. Oftentimes, a person with BPD might come and try to talk to you about what they're going through when they're really escalated and they're really going through it. I've found that it's more helpful to wait until they cool down a little bit and then talk about it. For 2 reasons. One, you don't want to reinforce that connection of every time I'm upset, I call my therapist and then my therapist calls me right back. Because that's just teaching them that when they're upset, they call their therapist and then their therapist will call them back, and that will then become their coping skill for how to handle being upset. I want you to learn how to reduce your escalated mood on your own. I want to wait until you cool off, and then I want to talk to you about it. So, you left me a message the other day and you sounded pretty upset. What helped you calm down? What helped you feel better? So we want to focus more on what did you do to help you? How did it help you? Why did it help you? And that way, we want that to be our focus. We don't want to overly focus on the negative emotions that you're feeling. We want to focus more on the behaviors that you use to feel better. All of these are relatable. Well, if you feel like you relate to any of these, I'm not going to tell anybody that they have a diagnosis. It's like, if you feel like you have a diagnosis, go talk to a doctor about it. Also, just remember that sometimes when you read through a list of symptoms, you'll be like, yep, that's me. But in reality, it's like people will experience these things from time to time. Like, everybody can be impulsive and risky from time to time. Sometimes people feel stress-related paranoia. Sometimes people feel like they're disconnected from reality. Sometimes people have unstable and intense relationships. It's about consistency, it's about severity, and it's about the duration of how long these things have been happening. But there is something that happens when you read through a list of symptoms, is you find things within your life that connect with it and are relatable to it. Just so you know. It's the same thing that happens to doctors when they're in medical school and they start reading all of the symptoms of some obscure disease and they're like, oh, maybe I have this disease. It also happens to people when they're in school to work in mental health and they learn about all these diagnoses and then they're like, oh, maybe I have this. And it's like, no, it's because a lot of these are things that people can relate to on some level. Lastly, inappropriate, strong anger, such as losing your temper, being sarcastic or bitter, or even physically fighting. borderline? It's something that can take a while to properly diagnose. You know, you need to know your history, you need to know all your symptoms. It's not something that they normally diagnose quickly. It's also super treatable. I struggle calming down by myself without fighting with him. Repeat after me. Remember, your brain is very open for suggestion. If you start breathing like a calm person, your brain says, "Oh, I must be calm." Take advantage of that. Take advantage of the suggestibility of your own mind and use that to your benefit. So how do I know if I have BPD? You gotta talk to a doctor about it. Don't ever diagnose yourself, because you're probably going to be wrong. You need that unbiased third-party perspective to get an accurate diagnosis. Even professionals don't diagnose themselves. And if professionals don't diagnose themselves, now why the hell would you diagnose yourself? It's like doctors don't diagnose themselves. Why would you? Well, Papa B, I clearly know myself better than my doctor would know me. I lived my life. I just want to give up. I'm sorry, try again. Wrong answer. Do you want to break down or do you want to break through? Do you want to spiral down or do you want to spiral up? I never took you for a quitter. And I don't think that you are a quitter. So I'm sorry. Try again. I'm not taking that for an answer. I don't mean to sound curt or dismissive or minimizing when I respond that way to people saying that I want to give up, but that's how I handle it whenever I feel that way. I just don't take those feelings as an answer or as a solution. It's like if I feel like I want to give up, it's like, no, I'm sorry, but I can't. I need to find something else. I need to keep thinking. I need to try something different. If what you're doing isn't working, what can we add to that routine? What can we change? What can we modify? What can we tweak so that things start working better for you? If this is what it takes to get you motivated, then get mad. Get mad at the people in charge who set up the system the way that it is, this system that makes you want to give up. A lot of the problems that we face and a lot of what contributes to our mental health woes are the system that we live in. So get mad about it, get angry about it, go do something about it. Go fight for change in the world. One of these ropes is 50 milligrams, so I'm gonna break it in half. They aren't the nano edibles, so they don't kick in like 10 minutes. Those are the regular edibles, so that'll take about 2 hours to really start hitting. Are you sick and tired of being sick and tired? If yes, who has the power to do something about that? Who in your life has the power, the responsibility, and the right to do anything about the way that you think about yourself, the way that you feel about yourself, the way that you carry yourself? The power is yours. You don't have to be depressed forever. I know that depression might make you feel like you're gonna be this way forever and things will never be different for you, but that's just how depression tricks you. So stop buying into it. feel like I don't care for my family much, and it bothers me. Growing up was totally fine until I was about 7 years old and my parents divorced. My mom was a really great mom to my younger brother and me. I didn't see my dad much growing up, but my brother did. It was complicated, but my mom and stepdad talked bad about my dad to me, and I think that's why I didn't want to visit him. He passed away when I was 21, but this post isn't about him. I want to just pause here for a second, and I just want to point out bad mouthing the other parent in a divorce situation is never really a good idea. Like, my parents did the same shit. My parents just talked bad about one another. That's all. It was. It's like, don't put your kid in the middle of that. Like, you're just gonna make a kid who just doesn't want to start a family, who doesn't want to get married, who doesn't want to do anything that you did because they just see how terrible and miserable it makes you. Just saying. I know this is totally anecdotal, but my first experience with cannabis was last year. I ended up doing the beginner mistake of this edible ain't shit and took way too much. But what happened to me was so introspective and profound that it helped me embrace my anxiety and actually helped me get out of the cycle of panic, worry, and overall anxiety. It was crazy. Hell yeah. When it comes to managing and overcoming your anxiety, the way that I like to think of it is like, you gotta ride the lightning. You just gotta go with it. You gotta roll with it. Just fucking let go. Just surrender. Just go with the flow. Surrender, but don't give yourself away. Alright, we're getting back to it. My mom remarried when I was 9, and I gained a stepdad and 2 younger stepbrothers. My stepdad turned out to be really emotionally abusive and manipulative and verbally put us down all the time. Picture a high school bully as your parent. Okay, not hard for me to do. My dad was a cop. My whole sense of self changed once he came into my life. My brother and I were made fun of for everything. I quickly grew to doubt everything I did and thought because it felt like everything I did was wrong. Even good things I did got made fun of. I was a straight-A student, for example, and he would be so irritated with me and would roll his eyes when he brought home report cards. So this motherfucker was... This guy's the definition of a motherfucker. Like textbook. Like whenever we came up with the term motherfucker, it's like it was this type of guy that we were thinking of. Imagine bringing home straight A's and your parent is so insecure that they make fun of you, like, hey, good job, nerd, way to get straight A's. It's probably because you were the stepchild, and sometimes step parents can be great, but sometimes step parents can be awful, just like regular parents. It's like, what type of quality of a person are you? But sometimes there is this weird dynamic that occurs whenever families mix, and it's like, you know what I mean? It's like sometimes they might harbor some sort of resentment or weird. I don't know. It's stupid. It's like, I don't understand why people don't like embrace that relationship. You know what I mean? It's like, you're a grown ass adult. Why are you making fun of a child? Are you a fucking idiot? Sorry, I'm getting off track. I'm just getting heated. He was a truly terrible person, and I now realize this all set me up for major depression and for getting into an abusive marriage during my junior year of college. The four of us kids were treated like free labor for chores and housework. Him and my mom did nothing, not even cook. Well, I'm also gonna pin some of this on your mom, too. She was also letting this happen under her watch, so... As well, we were also treated like we were a burden because of the money and resources needed to raise a family of 4 kids. Then maybe you shouldn't have married somebody that had 2 kids when you also had 2 kids, you fucking idiot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Like, what? Like, adults, stop making children bear the responsibility for your bad decisions. Like, stop blaming the children. The children are innocent in this. Like, you're the adult. Act like it. Like, I don't have the money to raise a family of 4. I better... My mom felt pretty absent and checked out, and she was really critical of us and always negative. I now look back and think that she was really depressed and stressed from work, money, and her marriage. I wish she had thought to get us out of that environment. She probably wishes that she could get out of that environment too, but sometimes when you get into this type of shitty relationship, you just feel very stuck, and it changes who you are as a person. So, hopefully she's doing better now. My mom became a different person, and I didn't like her. To be clear, she wasn't abusive, but she allowed it all to happen. One could argue that allowing abuse to happen is simply a different form of abuse. About 3 to 4 years ago, I decided to tell her how I felt about everything from growing up and how much it affected my life. I wanted to be able to move past it. She cried a lot, and we're good now. It's important to note that once she divorced my stepdad during my early 20s, she gradually became a different and way more likable human being. Good. I'm glad to hear that she was able to get out of that and become more of herself again. Also, it's nice that she was receptive to that conversation. Because I've also heard stories where people will, like, sit down and talk with their parent, and then the parent is just, like, very dismissive, very minimizing, or like, oh, that didn't happen, or like, oh, you're exaggerating. It's like they don't take you seriously. So it sounds like she did, and that's good. Happy Flag Day. I'm gonna celebrate Flag Day by eating the flag. It tastes like freedom. And depression. My brother basically turned into a different person during our teen years and was at my dad's all the time. I get it. My stepdad and mom were so hard on him, and I would have rebelled too. My brother blamed me for not ever visiting my dad and then grew to hate me. It got worse when my dad died. We're all good now as of the past 5 or so years. Oh, well, that's good. Like, I'm glad that you two were able to realize that neither of you were responsible for the way that you acted in this time because you were both kids, you know? Like, in my family's relationship, like, my dad took primary custody of my sister, and so there was a period of time where, like, I barely got to see her over the span of years, and it's like, because of my parents' decisions, like, I feel like I missed out on time that I could have had, you know, with my sister. But we've been able to, like, reconnect, and it's been really good. The problem is, I feel like I could never see them again, and I would be fine with it. I've struggled with this for a long time because I feel so guilty for it. Do you know why you feel guilty for it? Is because that's not actually what you want. You know that you could be okay, but it's not preferable, and it's not what you actually want. Does that make sense? Part of what you've had to learn and how to cope with all that you've been through is you have learned to detach as a way of protecting yourself. And you feel like, I could detach if I needed to. But you realize that you don't need to, and that's why you feel guilty. If you actually wanted to never see them again, you wouldn't give a shit. You wouldn't feel guilty. You feel guilty because you want to have a relationship with them. But on some level, you're okay with not having a relationship with them, but that's not actually what you want. All you know is that you are okay with that if that is how it has to be. I hear about people loving their family so much, and I just don't feel that way or get it. Right now you don't. That doesn't mean that you couldn't. Just because you're not feeling or experiencing something right now doesn't mean that you couldn't feel it or experience it in the future. Like, take for example your relationship with your brother. Like, maybe you started spending more time with your brother and you were able to grow closer and develop a bond, and then you became, you know, closer and closer, and then things change. Like, if you want a relationship to grow, you have to tend to it. Just like a plant. Your relationships are like plants. Some plants will grow fine on their own. Some plants require a lot of tending and a lot of work in order to get them to grow. My brother basically started having kids right out of high school, and now he has 5 kids. So you get to be the fun uncle. Or the fun aunt. I don't know if... Wait, did you say... I don't know what your gender is. You get to be the fun aunt, the fun uncle, the funkle, the font. It's hard to have conversations with my brother because sometimes I feel like I'm still talking to someone with a high school mentality on the world and someone who has, not intentionally, made the hate we received growing up part of his personality. I know and believe that my mom loves me and would do anything for me, hence a lot of this guilt, but I could take it or leave it. I feel like while growing up, and even now at times, I had to be her parent. I was the one tasked with navigating school and life problems for me and adult responsibilities for her. I had to teach myself how to do things I don't think kids should have to worry about. I even had to do things for my younger brother and stepbrothers that parents would normally do. I just want you to take a moment to consider the avenue of healing here, the path forward for you and your brother. Consider how much healing could be done not just for you, but also for your brother by continuing to build that relationship, to talk about and process the traumas that you both experienced, and to grow closer. Just think of how beautiful that could be. You would be surprised. Let me give you an example. There were times where I will talk to my sister. I will talk to my sister about our parents and the stuff that we experienced when we were kids. And I will say stuff to her that is obvious and clear to me because it's stuff that I've had a lot of time to think about. And also, I've been trained as a professional to, work on this kind of stuff, so I view it in that way too. But anyway, there are things that I would talk about to my sister about, our parents and the things that we went through and the things that happened, like during the divorce and the subsequent years. And it seemed really obvious to me, and it's stuff that I had been thinking about for a while, but then in talking about it with her, it was like she hadn't had that realization yet. And she would be like, oh yeah, you know what? That makes sense. I hadn't really thought of it that way before. So just remember that sometimes things might seem really obvious to you, but they might not be obvious to other people. And so talk about that kind of stuff. Talk about those experiences. Talk about your feelings. So that you can heal together. Just talking to your brother about, the stuff that our stepdad used to do was just really fucked up, wasn't it? wish my brother was more open about our traumatic childhoods, but he likes to say he drank away all the memories. It's just surprising to me that some people would rather turn to alcoholism than turn inwards. I know this is long, and I'm fighting the urge to say sorry, lol. It was a close one. I feel like the context was really important, though. Everything with my mom, my brother, and I are stable now. But since my brother has 5 kids, there's always a birthday or cookout or something that he has going on. I used to miss these things, but like I said, I've just been forcing myself to go to these things the past 3-4 years. Am I just numb inside? Do you need me to answer that question for you? It sounds like this could still be some lingering effects of depression. Like you mentioned being diagnosed with depression, and it sounds like some of those symptoms might be lingering. One of the things that depression makes you do is it kind of makes you push away the people that you care about. Like, just think about your brother's kids. Like, you could have a role in their life. Like, you could have, like, you could, you know, like, you know what I mean? Am I just numb inside? Are these people that are just biologically related to me that I feel meh towards? I don't know what to make of it or what to do about these feelings. They are okay people, and I don't want to cut them off, but I hate feeling like I'm forcing myself to be in these people's lives. Have you considered that they want you to be in their lives? Have you considered that you being in their lives might make them happy? Have you considered that there's a reason why they invite you to the birthdays, to the cookouts? Because they want you to be there? Like, I get it. Family can be tiring. Family can be exhausting. But if you show up when you can, and you just try to build those relationships, you're probably not going to regret it. Just think, like, you're thinking about how your relationship is now and how your relationship has been, but look, like, how could your relationship look in 5 years? Like, imagine that you had continued to spend more time with these people and you grew closer with them. Your relationship could look totally different in just a year or two. You could have a much more active, involved, and satisfying role in their lives, or you could disappear completely. The choice is yours. But I think you know which one you want to do. I think you know which one you want to pursue. Like, you want to be the family member that they like to see. You don't want to be the family member that they're like, oh hey, where's so and so? Where are they? Like, oh yeah, they stopped answering my calls. I haven't talked to them in a while. You don't want to be a mystery to them. It's like you wanna have a part in that life. miss being creative. I miss being as creative as I used to be. I feel like I'm losing a part of me that I used to believe was my purpose in life. I've drastically changed in the past 2 years. A lot of personal growth, but I still feel this sense of loss. Of losing my childlike wonderment and the ease of creating universes in my head. But all those stories were just ways of coping with my childhood trauma. It was the easiest way to dissociate. And now I try to live fully present. But I miss that writer's spark of mine. Everything I write nowadays is non-fiction and depressing. I don't know how to turn it around. I hope that once I finish school, I'm working on my bachelor's and will be finished in December of this year. Hey, you're so close. Is there any way to recover this part of myself, or am I doomed to be a Squidward? There is hope here. Because, guess what? That part of you, it hasn't gone anywhere. It's still in you. You just have to find it. So all you gotta do is just sit down and look for it. Or, what I find to be helpful is if we're reconnecting with that aspect of ourselves, it helps to do things that might entice or to bring out that childlike sense of self. I find that like revisiting things from my youth helps me reconnect with my inner child. Whether it be music or TV or just other things that help me reconnect with myself as I existed at that point in time. But that spark is still in you. It's just been covered up of all of those layers of, adulthood and life and, it's like, oh, news, student loans, taxes, rent, phone bill, it just piles up. You just gotta dig through all those ashes and find that spark. And then gently fan that flame and rebuild the fire inside you. Your heart has neurons in it. I don't know if you know this. Your heart has neurons. I find it helpful when I'm thinking about this type of thing, about reconnecting with my true self. I like to ask my heart what it thinks about me. Like, there it is, beating inside your chest 24/7, keeping your ass alive because it fucking loves you. It's fucking crazy about you. So just try to reconnect your brain with your heart so that your brain can start to feel the same way about you that your heart feels about you. The mind has no answers and the heart asks no questions. Maybe instead of looking in here, try looking in here. What's your opinion on toxic positivity? My opinion on toxic positivity. Toxic positivity is relatively new as far as therapy speak goes. But basically, toxic positivity. Let's talk about it real quick so we can kind of know what it is that we're talking about before we dive in. Some signs of toxic positivity. Feeling senses of guilt for being sad or angry. when we talk about toxic positivity, we're talking about how you are almost forcing yourself to be happy or to express positive emotions because you feel like that's what you're supposed to do, that's what you have to do. And so you might find yourself experiencing guilt or sadness, or guilt for feeling sad or angry. If I had any bad moods, it's like, oh, now I feel bad about them. Dismissing others' difficult feelings, hiding painful emotions, ignoring your problems, reciting positive quotes about hard situations. I don't really get that one. Toxic positivity is the belief that people should maintain a positive mindset no matter how dire or difficult the situation is. And so it's important to be optimistic. It is important to maintain a positive mindset because that's how you get places in life. If you just focus entirely on the negative and the woe is me, it just kind of takes you deeper and deeper into that hole. You gotta feel it to heal it. You have to allow yourself to experience all of your emotions. You can't just try to overwrite them with positive emotions. Now, that being said, how accurate and how genuine and how essential are those negative emotions at any given point in time? My thoughts on toxic positivity. Maybe this just means that I'm toxically positive. I don't know. So long as you're not using your positivity to like minimize how other people are feeling, and you're not trying to like hide from your emotions, and you're not trying to, you know what I mean? Like, let me think. Hmm. I understand what they're trying to communicate with the idea of toxic positivity. I just don't like the name. I just don't like the name. Because it almost implies that, like, if a person is, like, primarily trying to focus on the positive and dismiss the negative, it's like, they might not be trying to be toxic, they might just... I just feel like the concept of toxic positivity makes it harder to be a genuinely positive person when it's already hard enough to be positive. Like, have you looked at the world? Being a positive person is already fucking hard. And then somebody has to go out and cook up this idea of toxic positivity. It's like, oh, you're actually not allowed to say somebody to look on the bright side. You're not allowed to tell somebody that things happen for a reason. Because it's shameful and it's dismissive and it invalidates. I'm like... Fine. 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 I could see how this logic applies for therapists. Like, if you're a therapist and you're working with somebody, absolutely. But just for, like, general, average, everyday people walking around, it's like, are you trying to be somebody's therapist? Just referring to positivity as like an avoidance measure. It's like, no, life actually sucks. You should feel miserable. Like, I just don't like that implication. I don't know. The thing about... Can I just... I'm gonna talk some shit for a second, okay? I'm gonna talk some shit for a second. Some of the people who come up with concepts related to mental health and emotional support are very soft. They are very delicate. They are very emotional. But not everybody is that way. Some people are okay with a little bit of banter. I've been told that I'm sometimes overly positive and it frustrates some. I don't know, I just try to be positive most of the time, right? And I'm like, how are people gonna try to accuse you of being toxically positive? Like, I'm sorry, but you don't have to be miserable every day. You don't have, like, I get it that those types of feelings exist, but sometimes you can actually put some effort and some intention into your own happiness. Like, happiness really is a choice. Like, your brain is always trying to weigh out, how am I feeling right now? Am I miserable, or do I feel okay? Which way are the scales tipping? It's very rarely just 100% in either direction. About toxic negativity, right? I'm like, if somebody's going to tell you that you're overly positive, I would just ask them, how would you rather I be? Should I be more negative? How about some people realize that there's enough negativity in the world and we just don't really care to add to it? Like, we're just chilling. Like, we're just vibing. Like, we're doing okay. Like, call that toxic positivity if you must. But some of us are literally just okay. Some of us make happiness our choice. I just don't really like this argument. I just don't really like the discussion around what is toxic positivity as far as like how they define it. Because I'm like, according to the definition of toxic positivity, if you have a sick and dying person, you basically aren't allowed to tell them everything's going to be okay. Like, no, actually you have to be real with them. Otherwise you're dismissive of their actual feelings. It's like, no, you have to say, oh yeah, you're going to die soon. Otherwise you're being toxically positive. I just think it's honestly, I think it's kind of stupid. I get it, and I get how it can exist in some instances, but I feel like the way that they define toxic positivity is a bit too broad. And it's also I find it a bit offensive. I'm actually offended. I'm offended by this, actually. Because I work very hard to maintain a positive attitude, and for them to just assume that it is because I'm trying to be dismissive of my actual feelings, I find that offensive. I'm the person who wrote in about their mom and brother. Just wanted to say thanks. You gave me a lot to think about. Just didn't want to out myself in chat. Hey, you're welcome. You're welcome. And just to summarize, it's like, just remember, things are the way that they are now. They don't have to get worse. They could get better. You don't have to get more distant. You could grow closer. If you do grow closer, that would give you more of a reason to want to be in their lives. And so it makes sense that right now you're kind of ambivalent about it because you only show up when you have to. You gotta show up because you want to. What a good stream to accidentally click on while having an intense anxiety attack. Hey, Comrade Sandwich, welcome in. Do me a favor real quick. I want you to take a deep breath. I want you to invite that air in through your nose. And I want you to fill it up. I want you to feel full to the brim with air. Top it off, bring it all in, and then let it go. But as you let it go, just give the biggest, most relaxed sigh that you can. You know, think like cold drink on a hot day. Stepping inside to the air conditioning after you've been outside in the sun. Dipping into a hot tub. You know, just think that sound that your body produces when you are just so relaxed and just so satisfied. Just try to feel where you feel relaxation in your body. And then as you continue to breathe, just try to spread that feeling of relaxation throughout your entire body, branching out from your center, out into your fingertips, out into the bottoms of your feet, and up into the top of your head. Are we marbling today? It is Friday. We could do a little bit of marbling. We could. We could do a couple marbling. Thank you. You're welcome. Just remember this. If you can breathe like a relaxed person, your brain will say, oh, I am relaxed. Because what you need to remember is that the part of your brain that regulates that kind of stuff, it's a very primitive, very primal part of our brains. It's down there near our brain stem. And that's where like our animal brain lives. The grug brain. And that part of our brains is very suggestible. And so that part of your brain, if it sees that you are breathing in a relaxed way, it says, oh, me breathe like relaxed man. Me must be relaxed. Ooga booga. Unga bunga. Hey, Gen X Cat Lady, thank you for the 13 months. Hey, checking in to say I'm 1 month sober. It's been 1 month down. Another day to go. One day at a time. Parasympathetic? Oh yeah. What you're doing is you are hacking your body, you're hacking your brain. The way that you hack your body and brain is through your breathing. We normally think of our brain as a computer, right? And that makes sense. Your brain is kind of like a computer. But instead of thinking of your brain as just one computer... Oh no, commercial. Oh, I was about to say some cool shit and I don't want Comrade Sandwich to miss it, so I guess I'll talk about something else for a minute. What do we talk about? How you feeling? How you feeling? Are we wheeling? How about we talk for a second about toxic positivity? Because now that I've had a moment to think about it, I can really identify the moments in which I would call, yeah, that's toxic positivity. Think about whenever you talk to somebody in human resources. Think about whenever you talk to somebody in human resources. Somebody in middle management. I feel like the place that toxic positivity really thrives is in the workplace. It's like, so yeah, they're cutting the budget for this department, but we're all gonna just do what we can, and we're all gonna work really hard, and we're all gonna make it happen. Comrade Sandwich, thank you for subscribing. And just like that, we're on a hype train. You've set us off on a hype train. Alright, I had some cool shit to say, and I was gonna wait until you were back to say it, so now that you're back, thanks again for subscribing, I can tell you how I really feel. Yeah, we're hype training. 2 hype trains today, would you believe it? Okay. Alright, so hear me out for a minute. I had some cool shit I was gonna say. This might be a little bit mind-blowing, because one of the things that our brains doesn't like to do is think about itself. Sometimes our brain has a hard time thinking of what it is, what it does, how it works, because this makes brain feel anxious. This makes brain feel stressed. We don't like to think of brain as 3.5 pounds of electric jelly. We like to think of brain as me. This is who I am. And to think of itself as components and parts and more like a machine, it makes your brain feel a little bit uncomfortable. So anyway, we normally think of our brain as a computer. We designed computers to work in a similar way as our own brain. But when you think of your brain, I don't want you to think of your brain as just one computer. What your brain actually is several different computers. Each of these computers does certain tasks that contribute to the overall function of your brain. Now, all of these computers are connected through your neural network, so they all communicate nearly at the speed of light. They move at the speed of electricity, which is really fast. There's only like a 3 or the ping in your brain exists. You do have a ping in your brain, but it's very low. It's like 3 milliseconds or something. Because it takes a little bit of time for the electricity to move around between the different areas of your brain. But anyway, I digress. Your brain is more like several computers connected that are all communicating so quickly that it gives the illusion of oneness. Like, think about the internet. The internet is actually many different servers which host many different websites, and it feels like it's all one thing, but it's actually many different things all connected at the same speed. And your brain is similar in that way. Your brain is like a computer lab. with many different computers in it. Some of these computers are specialized to work in processing visual information. Some of these process speech. Some of these process our hearing. Some of these process our memories. And in this computer lab that is your mind, back in the corner, there's this dusty old, ancient-looking computer that's been around since the dawn of time. And it's the same type of computer that every mammal has. It's the same that you have, a cat, a dog, a monkey, a rat, a rabbit. And it's that squirrely part of your brain. That's the part of your brain that produces anxiety. And so whenever it comes to managing your anxiety, you're communicating with that part of your brain, this ancient, primitive part of your brain. And fortunately, this part of your brain is really receptive to being overridden. So all you gotta do is breathe. If you can breathe like a relaxed person, it communicates with that part of your brain, the part of your brain that communicates and produces anxiety, that you're actually okay. I'm not breathing like an anxious person. I must not be anxious. Now, can you re-trigger your anxiety by sitting there and thinking about stuff that you're worried about, or imagining things that could happen, or you're preparing yourself for future arguments in your mind by arguing with somebody that's not actually in the room with you? I do that, so that's how I know that you do it too. Where are my argument rehearsers at? Where are my argument rehearsers at? I know you're out there. You'll just be walking around your house, cleaning your floor or doing your dishes, and you'll just be having some imaginary argument in your mind with somebody that you're not actually talking to. Whenever you catch yourself doing that, redirect yourself. Be like, oh, is that what I actually want to be sitting here thinking about? I could be thinking about anything. I could be thinking about dinosaurs. I could be thinking about pirates. I could be thinking about outer space. I could be thinking about deep sea creatures. I could be thinking about what I should get my loved ones for their birthday. But here I am instead, rehearsing an imaginary argument in my mind, so that if I should ever be in a situation where I have this argument in real life, I will be more prepared. This is anxiety. This is you giving your anxiety a job. So give your anxiety a different job. Tell it to watch your breathing. Like, hey, monkey mind, pay attention to the breath. The monkey mind say, oh, okay. Good idea. It feels good for you, and it feels good for the monkey. Because the thing that connects us with all other mammals, and not just all other mammals, but a lot of, different creatures, vertebrates, we all like a good deep breath. A deep, satisfying breath creates a feeling of relaxation and contentment and peace, not just in us, but in so many different forms of life. Monkey mind loves breathing outdoors. It's true! Monkey mind loves breathing outdoors. Monkey mind loves trees. Monkey mind loves banana. Monkey mind also like bash stick against rock and see what happened. Just so you know, if there's anybody who was unsure about what I said about your mind being many smaller minds, the proof that I use for that is to look at people who have had split brain procedures. It's Freaky Friday. We're gonna get a little freaky. So within your brain, there is a connective tissue that connects the left and right hemispheres of your brain. This little center part here in the red. It's called the corpus callosum. This is how the left half of your brain communicates with the right half of your brain. And if you don't have that part of your brain, because some people are born with like a rare neurological condition where they don't have it, some people also will have a procedure where they actually cut the corpus callosum. They do this in people who experience very severe grand mal seizures as a way of stopping or isolating the seizure, because if the seizure is just localized to one half of the brain, it's less intense than if it's jumping from left to right. What they've found is that seizures will be more severe if they're allowed to jump across the midpoint of the brain. So anyway, what happens to a person when you split their corpus callosum? The two halves of the brain are no longer able to communicate with one another. At least, they're not able to communicate with one another in the way that they normally do. They are still able to communicate with one another, but they will do it differently. So let's say my right hand, let's say that they split my corpus callosum. Let's say that they severed the connective tissue that connects the two halves of my brain. So now, it's like I have two brains in one body. Two half brains. Let's say that my right hand, which is controlled by the left half of my brain, don't ask me why they wired it that way. I don't know. The left half of your brain controls the right half of your body, and the right half of your brain controls the left half of your body. I don't know why they wired it that way. Anyway, let's say that my right hand wants another snack cake. And so my right hand grabs the snack cakes. But my left hand, which is controlled by the other half of my brain, and they can't communicate inside my skull anymore. But they still want to communicate with one another, and so they'll do it differently. So my right hand wants a snack cake, but my left hand knows that I shouldn't have another snack cake. I'm gonna spoil my appetite. And so maybe my right hand starts to move the snack cake towards my mouth, but the left hand knows that I shouldn't eat it. And so what the left hand might do is slap it out of my hand. Maybe my right hand picks out an outfit from my closet. I think this shirt will look nice. But my left hand thinks that that shirt looks hideous. It might slap that shit out of your hand. It might yank it out of your hand. It might put it back in the closet. Does this make your brain itch? It kind of makes your brain itch a little bit when you think about it. So just remember, your brain is like a computer lab. There are like multiple different parts of your brain that do different things. And they all communicate with one another so quickly that it gives the illusion of oneness. That's why we have consciousness, is because of the complications of our brain. Well, anyway, if you were to split your brain down the middle, your brain might start to disagree with itself. Guess what? Your brain already disagrees with itself right now. What I find helpful in dealing with internal arguments, cognitive dissonance, I just imagine that it's my left half of my brain and my right half of my brain disagreeing over something. And so I try to figure it out. I'm like, okay, I try to act like the mediator between the left and right half of my brain. I'm like, all right, guys, settle down. Let's figure this out. Let's get this sorted. I'm the mediator. Anyway, cool, huh? We're not gonna watch the YouTube video right now, but if you're interested in hearing more about split brain, there's a pretty good video called You Are Two that talks about it. And there are also some other videos about split brain. So if you're interested in learning more, I would suggest looking up some videos that go more in depth about. Maybe we'll watch one of these sometime, but maybe not today. I might check out this one. Anyway, do we marble today?
How are you, Robbo?
I'm fucking brilliant, mate.
Good on you, Shagger. Here he is. Fucking happiest bloke on earth.
Mate, I can't fucking complain.
Hey, I'm doing well, mate. You're fucking
I'm
nailed
doing real fucking well. I'm doing real well. Thanks, boys. Fucking see you later.
Robbo, how's the wife and the chooks all come?
Mate, fucking beautiful.
Robbo!
I've been watching some Australian YouTubers, and Australians crack me up. Some of these accents just...
Never been better. Top of the world, mate. Yeah, not fucking bad. Happy as Larry, mate. Living the dream, mate.
You're a man. You are a man. Stand up and be a man. Make the hard decisions. Make the sacrifices. Make the unpopular decisions. And become comfortable in your own skin. And if you are not a person that you are comfortable being alone with, that is the one person in this universe that you have full power, full right, and full responsibility to change.
I saved that one.
You're a man.
This one popped up on my YouTube shorts, and I'm like, what is this old cowboy guy? I'm just like, I had to save the old cowboy. I'm like, I gotta stream this later. They'll get a kick out of it. I'm like, we're in need of good male role models. We'll take them where we can get them. Well, chat, if anybody wants to resubscribe, we just had 10 subscriptions fall off in the past 5 seconds. Don't ask me how it happens. I started streaming with 117 119 subscribers. We are no, we are now negative 12 subscribers for the stream. I think that's a record. What that tells me is that a month ago, I got gifted 10 subs and they all just expired at the exact same time. Just lost my own sub. Cutie Cheeks canceled her sub. Cutie Cheeks said, I've had enough. Cutie Cheek said, enough is enough. She said, I'm done. Yeah, this is only my third day back streaming. I was gone for almost a month working on the house, laying tile, grouting the floor, doing all sorts of stuff. But the house is starting to come together, and we get our new kitchen appliances are going to be delivered in 6 days. So excited. Induction cooktop. We got a new microwave, and the microwave also air fries. The microwave is also an air fryer. You know what? I had a bit of a gaffe the other day. We were like, well, since we're going to get the microwave that has an air fryer in it, we don't need our old air fryer anymore. And we had a bunch of stuff that we were taking to go donate. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that's a good opportunity to go donate that air fryer. It's like, I didn't even think. I could have air fried some stuff in the 2 weeks that it was going to take for the new one to get delivered. Like... It's time to get more creative with the panini press. We haven't had a stove or an oven for a few weeks since we had to tear out the whole old kitchen so that we could do the new flooring, and now we're building the cabinets. And we get the new appliances in a few days. I've just been getting creative with my panini press, because it also doubles as a griddle. So I've just been being creative. Also, we've been eating out a lot. Yeah, we were looking at the price of cabinets, and their cabinets are really expensive. And so we were asking Casey's dad, we're like, do you think you could just build some cabinets? And he was like, oh yeah. He's made cabinets before. How big is this marbles update? Come on. Is it having me re-download the whole game? It's taking forever. I don't know why, but it takes marbles forever to launch. Like, it's a game where you just roll little balls, and it takes... It's like I'm loading a RPG or something. There we go. Gifting is here. Do I have any coins? 25 of these little coins. What is this? A little trident? Oh my god. Seashell. A tentacle. I want to meet the person who owns the entire marbles store. It's like they have everything. I want to meet the person who's addicted to spending money in the marbles store. It's like, oh yeah, I've got all the skins. The odds are that person does exist. Feel that edible kicking in. I need to open the question box in my other window real quick. Just in case we get any more. Just in case. Are we marbling today? It's Friday, we will marble. You know the drill. Get those balls in. Exclamation play in the chat. If you want to use our fancy ball, just type in exclamation play and then a space and then the number 1. You'll get to use the cool ball. It won't be as cool as my ball because I have the coolest ball. Yours is still pretty cool. No ball shaming. Okay. Like, I know that we're not allowed to shame people in a lot of different ways now, but shouldn't some things be shamed? I feel like shame still has a role in our world. I feel like some people should still be shamed about some things, but it's all about determining what those things are. Like, I feel like if you are a groomer, if you target impressionable young people, you should feel shame for that because that's disgusting. If you physically abuse your partner, you should feel ashamed about that. You should feel shame. If you abuse children, if you drink and drive, shame. Alright, so while you're getting your ball in, I'm gonna try to find my new stovetop and microwave on the Nebraska Furniture Mart website. So, did we get the one that was comboed? I think we did. I think we got the combo. And then we got the Frigidaire Gallery. Is this the one we got? Is this the one we got? If I'm gonna be honest, I didn't look all that long at the oven and microwave. I was mostly more concerned with the stovetop and the fridge. I'm like, is this the one? We got the Frigidaire Gallery. I think it was the 30-inch one. Oh, these all look the same. But I think it was this one. "15 ways to cook." Total convection? The whole thing is convection. It can air fry. It can slow cook. It has a temperature probe. The temperature probe is goated. I had a temperature probe in my old oven, which was still a nice oven. The temperature probe, you plug it in. I wonder if there's a, like, if you can see it on this picture. Well, like, you plug it into the side somewhere, and it's this, and then you can, like, you stick the other end. It's like this little cord. You plug one end into the oven, and you plug the other end into the food, and it will monitor the temperature. It's so nice. So you can just get the perfect cook temps on pretty much anything. Hey, Reclaw! Thank you for continuing your sub. This one says not on display, out of stock. I'm like, is that the one that I got? I don't know. It looks kind of like it. It might be the other slightly different size or something, but I'm pretty sure. Okay. Let me show you the stovetop. Thank you for looking at my appliances with me. I'm excited. Like, your boy's getting a whole new kitchen, and I'm pretty stoked. So, we got an induction cooktop, which means I'll also need to buy some new pans. And I don't remember if we got the 30-inch or the 36-inch. But it's the same style. It's got, it's all touch. So induction cooktops work using magnets. I didn't realize this. They use magnets and it makes the pan hot, but the stovetop itself doesn't create heat. The stovetop will still get hot from the hot pan being on it, but it's a lot less heat than if it were actually getting hot. And so I like it because it's going to be a lot safer for, you know, like if you got animals or, you know, less chance to like burn yourself. So that also means I have to go get some magnetic pans. I'm gonna go get some stainless steel stuff. How many balls do we have? 9? 9 balls? Are you serious? Shameful. Appliances, refrigerator. I'm like, I'm not hitting play until we get at least one more. Got the French door fridge. Big thing we got was the Frigidaire gallery. I don't even see it on the website. They had it in the showroom, but it doesn't look like it's on the website. It looks more like this one. It's got the 2 doors. And then we also got the dishwasher. But that just looks like a dishwasher, and dishwashers are boring, so you don't need to look at it. I'm excited. Alright, we got 10 marbles. Let's do it. We just couldn't start with an odd number. Wish you the best, Brain Master. Just got done watching The Kingdom of Heaven. I have a very strong urge to go challenge people to one-on-one combat in Chivalry 2. Hey, there you go. Oh, I'm in the lead. Oh, and I biffed it. Oh, that's tragic. Only got 6 marbles left. Nearly half of us have died already. Looks like Comrade Sandwich might run away with it unless Rosenbutt can sneak past him. Oh, Cutie Cheeks has also entered the bowl. Still any balls game. Oh, it looks like Rosenbutt might go through first, but it's... Yep. Alright, if Rosenbutt can make the jump, unless somebody sneaks past, it's gonna be a close one. And it's gonna be Susan Aya. Susan, yeah. Susan, yeah. Susan, yeah. Congratulations on the win. Skeeterbug still holds the track record with 1:13. Don't ask me how he do it. And don't ask me how he did it. I think he hacked, if I'm being honest. I ask a question if I win. You can also ask a question if you lose. You don't have to win. It's the most popular... Sometimes I like to go and see the most popular community map, and this one is Angry Parallel Activity. It's got a 49% elimination rate. Sounds great. All right. We'll just do 2 races today. So make sure you get that ball in. Alright, so stainless steel pans. How is it worth it to get a single pan that's over $100? And what's the difference between that and like the 3 set that's $100? Like, I don't want to get the big set. I don't need all those. I want more of like, I want a couple frying pans. Like maybe more like this size of a set. You got one for like 40? Yeah, like I don't want a really cheap one. I want one that's more like in the middle. You know, like $40 that's pretty good. They had these ones at Costco. It was like 2 for $25 and they actually looked pretty nice. Hold on, let me go to Costco. Okay, it's a little bit more than I thought. It was $38.99. Is that the one? Like, I want a brushed steel. I want to see the 1-star reviews. Worst pans ever. Everything sticks no matter how you cook it or clean it. Don't waste your money. I'm like, are they cooking with oil? Did you remember to put oil in the pan? You'd be surprised. I'm like, I don't see things sticking to a stainless steel pan if you actually put oil in the pan, which is what you have to do when you cook in stainless steel because it's not non-stick. Unbelievable value. I might get those pans from Costco, and then I might just get some bigger pans from like some pots or something. I might just get those from IKEA. Honestly, I got this like small saucepan from IKEA like 10 years ago, and that thing is still cooking. Like, it works great. I don't need like a whole big set, you know? Maybe I just want one really nice ass pan and then some okay pans. Is terminal uniqueness a psychological term or more of a recovery term? That's an interesting one. I don't think I've heard that one before. I mean, I get what it is implying, but it looks like it might be more of a recovery thing, because the first thing that comes up is recovery stuff. And I think, because, you know, the concept of terminal uniqueness, it refers to this belief that, like, nobody else knows what I've been through. Nobody else would get it. You weren't there. But it's like, people can have empathy and people can put themselves in your position. They don't have to live your exact life to understand where you're coming from. And so this is kind of something that people like will almost lean on as a way of like avoiding accountability or avoiding like connection with people. Just like, no, I'm sorry, I hate to break it to you, but you're not as unique as you think you are. That doesn't make you any less special, though. And it's like, in some ways, you don't want to be perfectly unique. Like, you want to be able to connect with people and have, like, mutual understanding of things. Like, uniqueness, it's a spectrum. Get your balls in. Get your look how angry my eyebrows are. Get your balls in. You see these eyebrows? They're... But yeah, I could see how terminal uniqueness would originate in the recovery world. Because when you're dealing with people in recovery, you do deal with like a lot more of those like combative attitudes. Because a lot of times people are in recovery and they don't want to be there, and it's a little bit different from like going to therapy. Like you can't really force somebody to go to therapy, but you can pretty much force somebody to go to recovery if it's like court ordered. Is this a place to get some real advice? I got you. Fire away. I'm gonna let these balls roll. This is your last call for balls, by the way, if anybody wants to watch their marble roll down the screen. Just look at those lasers. And we're off. Right. We got Skeeter Bug with the early lead. I always like looking at people's profile pictures. Like, that's a good one. A good Simpsons screenshot always gets a chuckle. Got the code. I wonder what that means. If I put that into a binary translator. Susannia might take this one too. Wait, hold on. Skeeter Bug's holding on to the lead. Comrade Sandwich sneaks ahead. Did I fall again? It looks like it. Looks like you might have. This map had a 49% survival rate, so honestly, I'm surprised that so many people lived. Reclaw with the win. Congratulations. All right, so we got a question. We're gonna do one more, and I'll let you fill those balls in while I take this question. What can people do when they feel super stressed due to like moving abroad, losing family members at the same time, and somehow losing hope because they're not who they were? Yeah, any advice? I don't know, any advice on a similar thing? I got you. I got you. So, the thing about stress is that it all comes from the same place inside of us. Stress is produced the same way inside your body, even though we experience different types of stress outside of our body, like different types of stressful events. Stress itself is still processed in the same way. And so I've found that one of the best ways to get some immediate relief when it comes to your stress is to turn your focus to your breathing and to just try your best to feel relaxed with your breathing. If you can breathe like a relaxed person, it sends signals to your brain that says, I am relaxed because I'm breathing relaxed. Because the part of your brain that gets those signals is a very primitive part of your brain. It's kind of easy to fool. And so we offer our brain the suggestion of being relaxed through our breathing, and then our brain says, oh, okay, I must be relaxed. And then it lowers your stress. And it does that because your stress is produced in your body through the stress hormone known as cortisol. Cortisol is the hormone in your body that produces that feeling of stress. And so if you want to reduce your stress, you just need to do stuff that can reduce your cortisol. And one of the easiest ways to do that is to just take some relaxing breaths. Now, beyond that, what are some things that have helped you in the past when you have felt stressed? We want to take a look at what are my strategies? What are my coping skills? What are the things that I can do when I start to feel a little bit overwhelmed that help me feel better again? Those are the skills that we're going to want to be mindful of, the skills that we're going to want to practice, the skills that we're going to want to hone so that we can become better and better at handling our stress. Because when it comes to handling stress, it is a skill that you practice and that you can get better at. So you just got to keep practicing. Beyond that, I would just say, when it feels like you're dealing with a lot, sometimes it's okay to just sit down and think about it and say, okay, what should I do next? What's my next step? Rather than trying to worry about every single one of the steps that you need to take to fix every single one of your problems, just pick one problem and figure out the next step of that one problem and start there. All right. This is your last call for balls. This will also be the last race for the day. Has anyone ever told me I have a really calming voice? Well, to be fair, I put on my calming voice whenever somebody starts talking about feeling stressed or feeling anxious. I know how to switch the gear, bring it down low. But thank you. Thank you for your question. Thank you for stopping. Thank you for coming in. Make yourself at home. All right. If you haven't hit exclamation play already, it's too late. We're going. You've been warned. This one's called Alienated, and this is for the person who said that they got abducted by aliens. Whether or not you believe in aliens, or whether or not you believe in alien abduction, I am choosing to believe. I'm choosing to believe their story. You want to know one of my top life hacks? What just happened to Cutie Chicks' ball? Oh my god. Oh my god, the devastation. One of my top life hacks, you can actually have choice in what you do and do not believe. It might not feel like you do, it might just feel like your beliefs are something that just happen to you rather than something that you actually have an active role in. But a belief is just a thought that you choose to keep thinking. So all you have to do to change your belief is just continue to change your thinking. Maybe you have to change it several times. Maybe you have to continue to remind yourself 1,000,000 times until it finally sticks. But your thoughts create what is real for you. I don't know. Maybe believe that you could be happier. Maybe believe that change is possible. Maybe believe that you're on the right path. Am I now the one getting abducted by aliens? Are you serious? My god, Misty Morty, you did it. Misty Morty, you did it. I always knew you had it in you. I always knew you had what it took. Let's see if anybody else will even land in the bucket. What's Quark Charm doing all the way up here? Quark Charm, you better hurry up. That wall of fire is getting really close. And you still got quite a ways to go. I don't think you're... Misty Morty might be the only finisher. You know, if you've been looking for a sign from the universe, this could be that sign. Just saying. Maybe this is a sign that things are going your way. I do believe in science, damn. And also, we were on the alien abduction map, and you know what? You remember the name of the movie that had aliens in a cornfield? The movie was also called Signs. Has anyone not seen this movie? Like, damn, this movie is 22 years old now. Like, I saw this movie in the theater. This was back when M. Night Shyamalan was hot shit. Like, M. Night Shyamalan came out with The Sixth Sense, blew everybody's mind. Let's go back. All right. So, M. Night Shyamalan came out with The Sixth Sense in 1999, and this movie blew everybody's mind. And then he came out with Unbreakable, which wasn't as good. And then he came out with Signs, and then he came out with The Village, and so like he had this really good movie that everybody was obsessed with, and then that got him a lot of popularity, and he released like 1, 2, 3, 4, like several other movies, and they're just like, there was a dip, and then you ended up with The Happening. If you haven't taken the time to see The Happening, I'm not going to spoil anything about it. That one's out there. I'm like, I don't know. But yeah, M. Night Shyamalan made Signs. This movie was also pretty popular when it came out. For the last 20 years, whenever you hear the word, you think of that movie, but you've still never seen it. Well, I guess I know what we'll have to watch for movie night. We'll have to watch Signs. M. Night Shyamalan. You saw The Happening in theaters? Yeah, when he's talking to a plant and it's a plastic plant. Is it Bruce Willis or it's Mel Gibson in Signs, which Mel Gibson's a piece of shit, alright? But I don't know. I'm at the age now where I'm like, if a movie's been out for a while and it's got somebody in it who's a piece of shit, it's like, you can still watch the movie. Because as it turns out, most people who work in Hollywood are kind of shitty. Da, 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 da. I guess what would affect my opinion is how many pieces of shit are there in the movie? Like, how many people in the movie could be shitty people, but you would still be willing to watch the movie? What's your threshold? Like, what's your cutoff? Like, if it's just got one shitty person, I guess that's excusable. It's got two shitty people. Now you're pushing it. 3 shitty people. I'm sorry. You're canceled. You're done. You're done. Good luck showing your face on Twitter. They all suck. I know. They I feel like a certain type of person gets drawn into the career path that gets you a lot of like fame and recognition and attention and adoration, and it's not normally like the kind, down-to-earth, humble people that are the ones who are spending the most time in the spotlight. Like, there are some kind and well-meaning and down-to-earth people that do exist, but I feel like they're outnumbered. Just kind of like politicians, you know? It's like a certain type of person gets drawn into that career path. And it's not normally for all of the good that they like to do. It's because they like to be the center of attention. Or they like the power and the control. I'm just vibing here for a sec. I'm just chilling. Getting my thoughts together before we wrap up. The edible has finally hit. That's for sure. I took an edible 2 hours ago and I'm like, yeah, right around 6, I'm gonna be fucked up. It's like 6 o'clock right now. I'm like, I was thinking about random stuff. That's legal. Hold on. Comrade Sandwich. I have a question. I have a question for you. You had a question for me. What do you think about this picture? How about this one? Do you like the mustache? This guy? This one's pretty cute. This guy's just a piece of bread, though. I'm like, I like this one, but he's just a piece of bread. Like, where's the sandwich? And like all of these are just, what are these, lettuce and tomato sandwiches? I feel like I need to be more specific. I need to be more specific on the type of sandwich. I told the AI sandwich and it's just like, that's too vague. So it's just like, just put some lettuce and tomato on that. Was enlisted with most of these men, TBH. See, this kind of stuff is why I love AI. I'm like, people get mad about AI and they're like, it's gonna take away our jobs. It's like, all right. But it can also make stuff like this. And this is hilarious. And sure, I didn't pay an artist for this, but... Sorry, artists. People are tired of paying for art, I guess. People are always still going to want to pay for art. There are always going to be people that want art made by humans. You know what I mean? But I feel like the floodgates are open, and like a lot of stuff is just gonna be like, you might have noticed it already, just like in different websites and different advertisements. I've already noticed several instances of like, oh yeah, this is definitely AI art. It's got a certain style almost. It's got like a certain feel. It's like you can tell. One thing I've noticed that AI does kind of struggle with is hybrid creatures. Like, it does okay some of the time, but I've noticed that sometimes AI has a hard time creating like a hybridization or like a cross of two animals. Like them? I mean, yeah, they're cute. But the thing about prompting with an AI image generator is like the more detail you give it, the better. So like if you want to create a hybrid animal, instead of just saying this is the combination of the animals, you have to specifically tell it like it has the ears of a cat, the shape of a bear cub, a cat's tail, you know, like you have to like be as direct as you can with it, and it'll produce something good the more input you put in. But yeah, I learned this because I was trying to make a picture that it was a hybrid between a cat and a beaver, and what I realized was like, oh, it's not very good at that unless I tell it very specifically like what I want it to look like. Well, this looks like what I imagined. Oh, well, then that works. I'm just griping. Just be your own Dr. Frankenstein. Exactly, right? Like, yeah, let me just combine all these different parts and create our own, the cutest possible creature. Hold on, I have an idea. I'm gonna use AI with AI. I'm gonna use the power of AI with AI. Okay. If you had to create the cutest possible creature, a combination of different parts of all creatures on Earth, which parts would you use? The face of a puppy, the ears of a baby bunny, the eyes of a kitten, the body of a panda cub, the fur of an Arctic fox, the limbs of a koala, the back legs of a baby deer, the tail of a red panda. Combine all of these features into one sentence that describes the creature. Do you see where I'm going with this? Do you see what I'm about to do? I'm gonna take that and I'm gonna put it into the other AI to tell me what that looks like. Why is there a skull? This is kind of cursed. Okay, hold on, let me be more specific. A single creature with the following features. Can you generate an image of the creature? ChatGPT, I think, can do some image generation now. It's analyzing. I'm gonna give it a minute. Okay. Okay. Look at this little guy. That's really cute. It's cute overload, I fear. The AI is having a hard time with this prompt. I love it. I love it. It's so proud of it, too. Thank you, it's beautiful. Is this toxic positivity? If I were to describe this creature to be generated by an image generating AI, how would you phrase the prompt? Did you read the text under the pictures? Yeah, it like makes stuff. It's like baby bubby, fawnbee, fupple, fmail, seal, ethically nups. Don't forget the kend. Ah, the distinctava pox. Of course. Puppy, puppy, baby bunny. Bonubby, Cuba, Arctic Honks, Miss Soppin, Amicade Lops, Cown, Seal Pup, Delphin, Fomley Hupney, Poopy, Dabg, Baby Foff, Koalas, Baby Cub, Copcala, Seal, Seal Pup, Hedgehog, Dolphin. Okay. Let's try this. It's too long. That's too long. Can we shorten it a bit? Can I send them on Discord? Just go to bing.com/create and you can make your own. It gets so confused by this prompt. Can you render I believe in you, ChatGPT. I love this drawing. This is beautiful. I want to put this up on my fridge. It tried again. It tried its best. The cutest baby animal that anyone... the cutest baby animal ever. Is that a long enough prompt? Sometimes it won't give you a... Sometimes it won't generate your prompt if it's too short. Let's just ask it... Oh. It just gave me 4 baby pandas. I think this AI is biased towards pandas. Maybe it's not imaginative because I'm not being descriptive enough. I'm telling it cutest baby animal, so it's just picking an existing baby animal. The cutest baby animal hybrid. This is important work we're doing here. One day, scientists will be able to genetically engineer. Oh my god. One day, scientists will be able to make one of these for you at home. This one looks just like a regular kitten. This one is a squirrel bunny, but it's the size of like a little kitten. This one, though, look at that little kitty with the funny ears on top, and that big squirrel tail. And this one's a squirrel riding a kitten. Oh, don't look. This is this is how you get one of these. Like, how do you get a bunny squirrel? Oh, well. I want to generate it again. Again, run it back. Run it back. So the thing about it, that's another thing I like about AI. You give it one prompt, it'll give you a certain number of results. You do it again, it gives you something totally different. Like this one, it decided to do them all as cartoons, and these are kind of horrifying. Since I didn't give it a style, it just picked one style. So if I type in realistic photo, it'll give me something like the first one. But if I typed in like cartoon or 3D render, I'm like, oh. These are totally different. I don't like the way that this one's looking at me, but look at this little guy. Penny? Penny. I don't like the way this one's looking at me. And this one's got claws. They gave this one claws. And he looks like he's about to shred my face. Okay. It's very smooth. It's like now this one's cute. Look at this little guy. We're running it back. We're gonna do it one more time. This one, look, he's got He's got a little quaff. What are the odds that somewhere out in the universe these creatures actually do exist? Like, just on some random alien planet? Huh. Oh. Okay, one more. One more time. Okay. All right. I feel like we're starting to repeat. If you have a hard time building an appetite, have you ever considered using AI to help with that? Generate an image of the most delicious sandwich. These are all just bacon, lettuce, cheese, tomato. These are all just BLTs with cheese. These actually don't look that good. Like, I'm sure they would taste fine, but like the cheese is like unmelted. And it's just like, why are there so many tomatoes? And you doubled up on the lettuce? Like, the AI does not know what it takes to make a good sandwich. I like using AI in this way because it teaches me a little bit more about how the AI thinks. It's like if you tell it to create like the most representative of a certain thing, it'll reflect like what society has like fed into it. This looks like a cross between chicken noodle soup and ramen, and honestly, that sounds really good. That actually does sound really good. Like, imagine your grandma's chicken noodle soup, but with ramen noodles. Sounds pretty good. Alright, now I'm getting hungry, so I need to go find something to eat. Alright, everybody. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Thanks for hanging out. We had fun on a Friday. going to be doing some stuff around the house this weekend, so I don't think I'll be streaming over the weekend. I'm going to try to get this tile in the sunroom laid down before the weekend is over. So I'm going to be a busy boy. But anyway, have a great night. Have a great life. Have a great rest of your day. Thanks for stopping in. Take good care of yourselves. We'll see you next time.
Bye-bye.